the crater, like the prophets once said, and the ashes are all cold now. No more bullets, and the embers are dead. Whispers in the air tell the tales of the brothers gone. Desolation, devastation. What a mess we made when it all went wrong. Watching from the edge of the circus for the games to begin. Gladiators draw their swords, form their ranks for Armageddon. I'm nuclear, I'm wild, I'm breaking up inside. A heart of broken glass.
Moon Knight's so cool. I love Moon Knight. Media goes, thank you. Pippa, did you know that Rolling Stones interviewed a porn artist about his upcoming Venom Grapes, the Invisible Woman? What, bro? Venom rapes the Invisible Woman? Nothing comes up. It sounded so real, like something news media would do. They fucking... Oh, the fucking Vice put out a hit piece on VLure. I fucking hate journalists so fucking much. I like seethed in the work Discord about this already, so I don't quite need to get it out of my system here. But that was so fucking cringe. Vice is such an embarrassing company. This bitch at Vice was like, VLure has lowly models. I'm not, it's a fucking landmine to talk about, so I'm not gonna fucking talk about it, but you can go fucking read it. But read a web archive version so you don't get the fucking, you don't give her a fucking click. She's fucking dumbass piece of shit. It's always the fucking like smaller companies, you know. These fucking if it was about like fucking HoloLive, you know, like Vice wouldn't be going after them. But because VLure isn't like HoloLive size, Vice is like, oh yeah, I can try and stick a bunch of normies against this company that I have a personal vendetta against. That's what it is, in my opinion. That's what it is. Is Vice, that fucking journalist is trying to like stick a bunch of normies onto a small VTuber company because they know that they can get away with it, and it's fucked up.
Hello there, chat. How are you guys doing on this very impromptu stream? You know what? Pippa is often wrong about many things, and she's often stupid about many other things as well. But in this case, in this very particular case, she's so right, she couldn't be more right. It's like 100% accurate to what we're going to be experiencing today. But before the experience begins, let me get some background music up. And then we can talk about the latest fascinating piece of journalism that has just dropped on our heads. And the larger quote-unquote VTuber community, as they call themselves nowadays, and even a few years ago. But it's still not true. Because this is a community only in name. Only when it's convenient to shit on somebody. Like today, on... a lot of people's beloved VTuber, the foxy lady known as Kirsche Verstahl. But again, let me get the music up, and then we can talk about some really, really interesting stuff today. Probably won't be so long as most of the other shit that I do, but it will be exhaustive. Had to put this stream together in like 2-3 hours after work, but when I've seen that fucking article drop, as I was skimming through it, I was, yeah, it's about fucking time I talk about this person. Because, chat, here's the biggest reveal of the century. I had dealings with this person before, on a professional level. I had to deal with this person not only 10 years ago, yes, it spans a decade back, but also 5 years ago. I will go through my personal history with this retarded degenerate as I go through all the things that are relevant to them. But I will just have to let you know that this has gotten personal for me as well. Oh shit in VTubing is somehow connected, and now it's connected directly to fucking me. That's something. But yeah, it's gonna be fucking something. But in today's stream, I have one goal and one goal only, and that is to set in motion something that has been a long time coming. And that is establishing a pattern of behavior of a certain person with evidence. Because unlike a lot of journalists, as they call themselves nowadays, I operate on evidence. Not on hearsay, not on rumors, but of things I can actually show you. This will be part of my psychoanalysis, true, But I do believe, but at the end of it, you guys and gals agree with me that what I'm saying is more than likely true. And if it's not, then to hell with you, I guess. But again, let me get my music up, my background music up, and we can start this shit. So, who, what, and when? You may ask yourself as today's story begins. Well, who is I don't want to call them popular because that will inflate their ego. Let's just say notorious, notable. That doesn't necessarily mean anything positive connected to them. Notorious, infamous, I would have to say, is the better word pair to describe them here. And that is Anna Valens, a journalist now turned loot-tuber, VTuber, and also now turned another VTuber journalist. We have a sequel, chat. We have a sequel to VTuber journalist Ducky in the form of Anna Valens, which portrays herself as a fucking succubus. You'll kind of understand why as we go through this. It's gonna be very degenerate. The shit I deal with on a regular basis is kind of out there, but even this is just it's not my shit, I have to say. So without further ado, let's get right into what I have prepared for you today. So I divided today's stream in several segments, as I usually do, detailing all the things that are going to be connected to this person. Just get all of this out of the way, get all of this out. First, we're gonna be talking about the Allure article that you guys probably know about. Anna Valens has written a hit piece about VTubers before, and that's about the loot-tuber group Allure. And while I do that, Kirsche's edited stream about this is gonna help me, because if I was sitting here relaying all of this history to you, you would be sitting here for like 3-4 hours alone on the Allure shit. But with Kirsche's help, as she's missing right now on a well-deserved vacation, I'm gonna be using her stream as a crutch on this one and giving some additional context to it as we go through it. Because Kirsche has covered a lot about Anna Valens as well as about that hit piece itself. But for those of you that don't know, we're gonna be reiterating that just a little bit to give some people context, those that are at least missing. After that, I will get into why Anna actually decided to write that Allure agency piece, because all things happen for a reason, and with Anna, they're always incredibly fucking transparent. And despite what Anna says on various social media, it's not deflection. It's not whatever Anna says it is. It's always some kind of projection that's being shown to us. Either way, that's what we're doing with Allure. Then we're moving into my past, because my past directly connects to the reasons why Anna does the things that Anna does. And again, I'll be determining that pattern of behavior here, one by one, showing you why this person is motivated by what they think they can attain via the work, quote unquote, that they do in journalism. After that, we're gonna be taking a look at some Daily Dot news headlines from this person, because they've written for many sorts of publications, all of them tabloids, all of them rags, a lot of them just clickbait bullshit websites that bank on outrage, that bank on essential clickbait. The articles themselves don't have a lot of substance to them. It's just, bullshit for the sake of bullshit, so you just give them clicks. Most people, I imagine, do not even read through all of these articles. They just, oh, this is fucking stupid and insane. Why am I reading it? Why did I even give this shit attention? And then they click off. That's the type of journalism that Anna is involved in. A lot of that. A lot of things that Anna is proud of doing for things like Daily Dot and nowadays Vice, because Vice is a new venture for Anna. I do believe they got that work sometime last year or maybe this year. I don't remember exactly. I'll have to check myself on that one, but that's not that relevant really. Then we'll finally move on to the meat and potatoes, which is the article that has recently dropped about Kirsche and about her neo-Nazi ties, as they call them, about her sponsors that are supposed to drop her because of these reasons. And then we go through the reasons why this article was actually written in the first place, because all of these things, once again, chat, are connected. There follows a logical set of events that was set in motion by one person being incredibly butthurt about something. And all of this just stems from that. Incredible butthurt and ego being hurt. Believe me, it's that. Spoilers. It's that, just in a very meticulous form. After we go through the article and the reasons why it was written, we're gonna take a closer look at Anna Valen's social media, because a lot of the stuff that's important to you guys, especially as Kirsche fans, is located there. You will see someone that is not hiding their intentions for what they have written, like whatsoever. And, you know, despite everything, they're not doing it for a good cause. They are doing it because, once again, they are butt-bothered by what has happened to them, as they haven't been once again accepted into a wider community of things. After that, what else do I have for you? I have reserved a special place for something called the butt plug incident. Yes, it's really called that. It's called the butt plug incident for a reason, and I do believe that name is incredibly fitting because it describes that event wholly. But there's a little bit more to that. No pun intended, by the way. There is a lot more to this, because I will make this statement very clear right now. Chat, this is not alleged. This is not my opinion. This is a proven fact. This is something that Anna Valens themselves have admitted to, in an article no less. Anna Valens, the journalist now writing for Vice, is an actual sex pest. It's that kind of perversion where you actually bother other people with your sexual deviancy. And this, unfortunately, probably also extended to children. This is allegedly, because I don't know that. However, knowing what the subject of that article was, children have very likely been involved in that. There are talks in that article about consent, whereas in reality there was an incredible lack thereof, and we will explore that as we go through what I dubbed the butt plug incident. That's an incredible piece of knowledge that you guys have to have. Then we'll go through what other people have dubbed the, what's it called again? Sorry, I forgot. Sorry. What's called the cis girl breeding facilities rape fanfiction. That's what we're gonna be covering after that. Because, as I was saying, Anna Valens is a little bit, quote unquote, a degenerate. To the point where they have weird fantasies about cis women. And I am a big advocate for separating fiction and reality, and I would be a huge hypocrite if I didn't say, you know, oh, maybe it's just, you know, them just having, you know, some kind of, You know, maybe it's just their kink. Maybe they just like to talk about forcefully breeding cis girls in a hypothetical future where Republicans don't rule anymore and the left has taken over everything. Maybe I'm just, you know, maybe I'm just not being very fair to Anna Valens here. Maybe I should just, you know, take a step back, but I won't, because I do believe that what they put on in that type of fiction has very real connotations to real life, especially when we're gonna go through the butt plug incident, because real people are actually involved in that one. And once people like that start involving actual people in their degeneracy, then all, you know, all calls for separating fiction and reality just kind of go out the window then. And after that, finally, I'll just show you a few miscellaneous stuff from Anna, and that's gonna be that. So with that long prologue out of the fucking way, I'm gonna call the ghost of Kirsche onto the stream. And by the ghost of Kirsche, I mean one of her VODs where she was covering the VLOR situation. Let me get the music a little bit silent and get that stream up, and then we can go by it bit by bit. Just give me a moment, get yourself some drinks, I guess, and everything will be prepared momentarily. Just a moment. We're not going to be watching all of this because this is incredibly long. We're going to be skipping from parts to parts because not everything is that relevant, unfortunately. Extended ads for merch aside.
So it's like I have nothing good or bad to say. I'm like completely fucking neutral. But this Vice article, these VTubers want you in their lewd game, you might want to pass. LewdTuber agency VLOR is set to bring on its Gen 2 talent. You could even be in a lewd video game, but you might not want to join. And this is an article by Anna Valens. Keep that name in mind. Auditions open today for the world's most popular adult VTuber or LewdTuber voice acting agency. Are they the most popular? Again, I don't follow this kind of content, so I wouldn't know. Melody's the most popular in your opinion? Yeah, but they said it's the most popular adult VTuber voice acting agency. And I wouldn't say VShoho is an adult VTuber voice acting agency. I also wouldn't call VLOR a voice acting agency. I would just call it a VTuber company, but like, that's just me, man. If you grab one of the 5 coveted spots for Gen 2, you might just get to star in an adult video game. But don't fill out that audition form quite yet! Despite VLOR's offer of an 80-20 revenue split, equipment funding, fast popularity, and your very own live 2D model, the agency seems to be stumbling into one controversy after another. VLOR messed up with trans talent early on. Okay. VLOR originally made a splash in the VTuber landscape after the company debuted its announcement trailer in December 2023. Finally, an AVTuber agency for lewd voice actors across the English-speaking industry. Yippee! Even I was excited at the time, writing that VLOR offers a really good deal to talent and promises more.
This is gonna be important later on because Anna had a personal interest in that. And that personal interest is one of the reasons why this article even exists. Because otherwise, why even go after this group? There's so many other things you can write about VTubers other than that. But this is personal. Do not be mistaken. This article is the result of a personal vendetta.
More visibility to lewd tubers across the industry. To be clear, what VLR offers in theory is great. New and semi-experienced voice actors, adult models, and VTubers are encouraged to apply to the company in exchange for significant agency support. Equipment, editing, and script writing are all provided to the talent, along with an agency-created VTuber model and personality. Talent slips into the role they're given and stream on YouTube along with creating adult ASMR. In early 2024, VLR seemed like a fantastic opportunity for new talent to spread their wings and soar. However, trans VTubers started to have misgivings about VLR during the Gen 1 audition process. VLR's audition requirement said that the company only wanted quote-unquote female talent, with no additional clarification. I feel like to anyone operating in reality, a company wanting female talent would not need additional clarification. Female can mean a lot of things.
From the perspective that where Anna comes from, sure, that can be a thing. However, it states clearly female without any additional things added to it. So you should take it at face value. However, when you're a journalist activist, let's not mince words. This is some weird case of activism. You have to, read behind the lines, even though there's nothing else behind that. It's just, if it says female, they mean female. There's just nothing else behind that.
I hate Clown World so fucking much. It can mean anyone who identifies as a woman.
No, they didn't state that. If it was that, they would have stated that.
Chat, do you remember when they were saying woman is a gendered, female is the biological role, so it's inherently different. When you say female, you're talking about the biology, but when you say woman, well, a woman can be anything, depending on your identity. And now, they keep undoing themselves by being like, well, female can mean a lot of things now. Like, actually, once I transition, I am biologically female. And it's like, hold on there, brother. It can also mean someone born with a specific set of genitals. This quickly left trans VTubers confused. Why female instead of woman? Because this was a nice way of saying something specific to people who live in reality. We figured this was just a minor point of linguistic confusion, so a number of us reached out for clarification last year to clear the air. I'm sure a number of them reached out not for clarification, but in order to see how much they could take this company down a notch by being transphobic. But we never heard back. Not in emails, not in tweets, nor with a public statement. Nothing. That is the only correct move this company could have made. Trans talent quickly feared the worst. Trans women weren't welcome, and VLR was going to dodge the question by leaving the answer murky.
Not everything is for everyone, chat. Just because you're excluded doesn't mean that you're hated. Because you aren't included in something doesn't necessarily mean that, they have a specific set of beliefs. They stated what they want very clearly, without any allusions to anything else, and you should have taken that at face value, but no. This is not VLR creating problems. This is these people trying to create problems for VLR.
Considering the overwhelming audience to female lewd ASMR is probably straight men, I'm going to wager that these straight men probably don't want other men whispering lewd things into their ear and making sloppy blowjob noises with their mouth. Glad to be here before the author of the article shows up in chat and demands a chance to defend themselves on stream. Yeah, imagine talking to a Vice journalist.
This is a funny thing because this actually happened, but in another VTuber stream, and we'll go through that later on. Anna Valens would not show up in Kirsche's stream, I imagine, for one reason and one reason only, because they would have gotten eviscerated. Anna likes echo chambers. Anna likes getting head pats and back pats and butt pats, I imagine, for what they do. Any kind of pushback is immediately treated with running away, deflecting, or saying that they are trans women and people are being transphobic, even when they aren't being transphobic. This is a very old tactic from the Gamergate fucking days, and believe me, Gamergate is gonna be related to this shit too. We're gonna go back way to the past to Gamergate. This is a stream for fucking time travelers, so get ready for that.
I would rather actually just be in a cam horse show. As a straight man.
Are Vice writers even urinalists, as you call them? They are urinalists, but they aren't journalists. I'll describe it this way: as someone that shares their quote unquote profession of journalist. For those of you guys that you don't know, one of my professions is actual journalism, and I wouldn't describe them as that. They're more like tabloid writers. That's what I would call them. They aren't people that follow any kind of code of ethics. They are there to make these websites money by any means necessary. They aren't dedicated to any sort of codes of conduct when it comes to their articles. Doing harm is not something they even that even comes on their radar. If they happen to do harm to somebody, they don't give a shit. A lot of them are just activists like Anna. They just there to push a certain agenda. But when it comes to Vice I believe doesn't even have an editorial. It just kind of doesn't look like they do. Because the articles that Anna has written, not only are, they are ridiculous when it comes to the content itself, but they aren't spell checked. I discovered many errors, not only grammatical ones, but also spelling ones in them that are never fixed. These errors are never fixed in there. There are clear issues with run-on sentences, especially with some journalists that talk about weed. That's not surprising. The journalists, quote unquote, that talk about drugs have problems stringing sentences together. How weird is that, chat? So yeah, that's the type of content you can expect out of Vice. It's just people out of the street, I imagine, that have some vague credentials writing for other websites in the past, and since websites like Vice, Daily Dot, and whatever are pretty much on the way out, they have to hire anybody to stay relevant. Oh, you're good at clickbaiting? You have some sort of credentials? Welcome on board. You're now a credentialed Vice fucking journalist. Yeah, Vice still exists for whatever reason. But let's continue.
And you're correct. That's very bigoted of you. Oh god! Not Lolicon, VTubers! Time passed, and V-Alert finally debuted its Gen 1 models. And Jesus Christ, what the fuck? 1/3 of Gen 1 looks like children. Yes, children! I'm gonna go on a limb and say that they're only saying this because they know it's a popular talking point to denigrate people on social media.
It's a popular talking point with V-tweeters, and V-tweeters get eaten alive nowadays for shit like that. It's not 2020 anymore where you can say shit, oh, these are lolly VTubers, and suddenly people are gonna take out their hammers, pitchforks, and torches and try to burn somebody's fucking house down. This is not that kind of era anymore. You will get shit on if you try to attack people just for the models that they have.
Right now, it's very popular to just call anyone and everyone a pedo, especially if they're anime adjacent, regardless of my feelings. on having a character that looks a little too young doing lewd ASMR, right? Removing my personal feelings from that entirely, I don't think this person would be writing about the lolicon VTubers if they had gotten a positive response that they were looking for from this company. The first and third most popular VTubers in VLure are lolicon, or characters made to look like prepubescent girls. The company calls these models lollipop. Although the agency's most popular star, Imi Bijou, pretty openly goes around calling herself a lolly, everyone knows Imi and her fellow lollipop star Icy Snowpaws are leaning into lolicon viewership. One Redditor even said he was thankful for that because there's not a whole lot of lolly VTubers that actually lean into that fetish.
There are actually plenty, just Anna doesn't fucking know about them. There's shitloads of them out there. You just, have to be actually into that stuff to know where to look for it. And it's not like they're well hidden or anything. It's just, it's just one of these days where a journalist doesn't do research into the things that they're writing about.
It's because it's a pretty dangerous ground to tread, but the agency has 2 lollies at the moment, and it plans to unveil 2 more lollies for Gen 2. It means 33% of VLure will be made up of VTubers that appeal to a desire for underage girls. I'm gonna go out on a limb here, and I'm gonna say that the women who are voicing these characters are fucking adults. I'm gonna say that
Most of them are even older than Anna themselves, so...
all of these women are probably over the age of 18. I haven't heard...
or 30.
any instances of them being underage, and usually when people find underage VTubers, it blows up on Twitter pretty fucking fast. So I feel like if they did have an underage VTuber, we would have fucking known, especially because they are a lewd organization. It would have been a massive fucking firestorm. Correct, they're not underage. Who could have guessed? Who could have seen this coming? Adult women fetish bros, stay winning! Imagine having an adult woman fetish. How could you do this? You absolute degenerate. 410 adults do exist. They do. They do. Won't somebody think of the fictional characters? Imagine adult content made by adults! Imagine the horror! She was 25. She was 25 years old, but only 4'9", you sick fuck! There was a tweet going around recently of a woman without makeup on and then a woman with makeup on, and someone quote retweeted it and they were just like, oh, you only like the woman without makeup because she looks more childlike. And it's like, brother, the makeup of consent has hit the tower. Actually,
which is fucking insane because a lot of women do look older without makeup, so that's a stretch.
Just losing my mind at how overused pedophile has become online. It has become just as worthless of a term as Nazi.
That's funny considering that the new article is about Nazis as well.
Pedo is the fucking rights version of Nazi. It's lost all meaning, and pedo just means someone I don't like. They just keep on telling on themselves. The makeup of consent. As an adult woman who doesn't wear makeup, man, I must be pedo baiting all over the place when I go outside to buy my groceries. To be clear, adults are performing these characters. However, the lolly VTubers are creating explicit sexual content as their characters and proudly flaunting it. Okay, all right. Do I have to bring up Azure Lane again? Do we have to bring up the difference between a petite character and an actual child? Are we gonna have to loop that again, man? Imi Bijou's page has adult ASMR with tags such as jerk off from behind, blowjob cleanup, pussy licking, and ass eating.
You know what's funny? Because Valens is complaining here about that shit. Let me read that super chat real quick. Sorry about that. JC, thank you for the 199. What about hairline of consent? LOL. That thing also exists, believe it or not. If I had access to my old account, I would show you an example of hairline of consent as well. Everything of consent exists nowadays, but let's continue. what I wanted to allude to here is, content that Valence themselves actually produces. And that is lewd ASMR. Yeah. Valence is a lewd ASMR artist VTuber with titles of videos or audio files such as "Breed Your Goddess Whore." What kind of content does that video have? Well, it's F for A, meaning female for all. So the distinction of this one is that it's, a female voice that appeals to every sex, apparently. And what does it have? Well, it has femdom, it has missionary, it has vaginal, it has vor, and lots of cum. So yeah, they're kind of butthurt about that they didn't get in. And I'll show that butthurt very soon.
Is it her ass getting eaten, or is she eating the listener's ass? Because, like, man ass kind of hairy, kind of gross. As a straight woman, I never want to think about eating a man's ass.
Okay, let's not get into that. Let's keep on reading.
To make her model look particularly underage, writing on Twitter that the image is literally illegal in the EU and can't be viewed. I'm gonna guess they mean Germany, because Germany's weird like that. But
no, that's actually legal in Germany.
But also, I guess it depends on what the art looks like, right? Like if it literally looks like a child, I'm gonna be like, that's kind of fucking gross, man. Why would you do that? But if it's literally just her being petite, who the fuck cares? Alright, who the fuck cares? Fuck the EU. Like, guys, like I don't know. As a functioning human, I can tell the difference between a child and a petite woman. Counter signaling lolly lost at the ballot box, little bro. True and real. True and real. And also, how can you attribute like what the fans do to Bijou herself? Like I've had people make
yeah, this is another thing. This is going to be blaming someone by association. Let's say someone in a fandom at one point in time decides to become a serial killer, and that's supposed to reflect badly on the person that they were a fan of somehow. That's also an argument that's going to be brought up later.
Crazy fucking artwork of me, right? I've had people make like Bowberry tier inflation artwork. I've had people make like Kirsche covered in neo-Nazi tattoos at the fucking trials in Berlin artwork, right? Like, how can you attribute what they do to me, as it were? Base? It's not her fault. She's petite Patanko. Yeah, right? Twitter reportedly sent the artist a message warning that the content was banned from the platform in the European Union for pornography or sexualized content. Imi responded by saying, "I'm just too sexy." That's the correct response! She responded correctly! There is no EU-wide ban on lolicon material. However, various European countries have laws that criminalize the sexual depiction of underage characters in artwork. Ohio State University's Shari L. Savage argues that the proliferation of eroticized girl imagery in visual culture seen in anime, music videos, and other popular media outlets further tantalizes and at the same time normalizes due to numerous available representations. Okay, Shari Savage. All right, Mr. Savage. All right, Miss Savage. Let's talk about Sissy Hypno. Images do hold the power to tantalize and move consumers to action. If images did not hold power and influence and consumers could readily resist advertising, image-laden advertising would not be a billion-dollar industry, Savage writes in one study. Sexual predators have also convinced children that sex with adults is normal, using the images in erotic lolicon content to say, this is how you practice with adults.
This is an incredibly bad faith argument, considering pedophiles will use anything at their disposal to lure children into a sexual relationship. Just outright lie to them, use any means necessary, you know. That's why a thing like a candy van meme exists. That's why this thing has become a joke over fucking decades. You'll have to ban vans with fucking candy if you want to start banning shit like that. Because again, what you're describing is a pedophile using a tool, and a tool can be anything. So, very bad argument, very stupid. I've heard it a million times before.
Have they? Have sexual predators convinced children that sex with adults is normal? You know, that's kind of interesting. Almost like if you convince a child that they're able to make life-lasting decisions about their sexual organs when they're still children, they might be able to consent to other sexual scenarios. That's an interesting thing to say, dear author, sir, or ma'am. I don't know which one you are. Trans girls, I guess you can be a lolly now. What do they mean by now? What did they mean by now?
There are plenty trans VTubers that have lolly models. This is nothing new, but again, Valence is not very fucking familiar with VTuber culture at all. They're like a real fucking tourist. I'll tell you one anecdote that I didn't screenshot, didn't have the time to find that one. But funnily enough, and this also plays to Valence's fucking ego, is that on Blue Sky, because Valence sits mostly on Blue Sky nowadays because they're absolutely getting shat on Twitter. Valence was saying that, oh, I got a job at Vice, and I'm gonna be portraying myself at Vice as a VTuber. So not as me, as Anna Valence, the real life blood and flesh person. I'm gonna be a VTuber over at Vice. This makes me the first ever VTuber journalist. And people on Blue Sky quickly came out there and said that no, Anna, you aren't the first VTuber journalist. Not at all. There was one idiot before you. I added the idiot here, called Ducky. That was a prominent quote-unquote journalist before you, so you aren't the first one. Not at all. And then Anna Valence put frowny face, a lot of sad emojis. And you guess what? You know what's funny about that set of events? Because after learning that they weren't the first VTuber journalists, they went on Vice and wrote their introduction article to the publication saying that they're the first VTuber journalist anyway, despite knowing very obviously that they aren't. So not only are we dealing with a disingenuous retard here, we're also dealing with someone that just obviously ignores the truth to make themselves look better. They have an ego like that they would just ignore ignore things that aren't very you know, they don't put them in the best possible light. So being the first VTuber journalist is something they really wanted to have that title.
A year later, VLR is now prepping for its Gen 2 audition run, which starts today. Talent are promised the exciting opportunity to voice act in a lewd.
And yes, even before Ducky, there were people calling themselves VTuber journalists. It's just that Ducky was one that was popular, or rather infamous.
Video game, likely performing as the VTuber models created by the adult agency. Along the way, new talent will likely pop up in video games by the agency's viewers. A twin-stick shooter fan game, The Endless Stream, is already out with Gen 1 cast. Naturally, VLR's Gen 1 team decided to host an audition advice stream for their potential Gen 2 sisters. And that's when a second bout of controversy blew up for VLR over social media. Are you saying that after you tried to reach out to them about hiring men and they ghosted you, you tried to do it again, but in a more public manner because they were giving advice on stream? Is that what you're saying? You were participating in like logging behavior so that you could write a hit piece about them? Is that where we're going here? Because like your history,
it's like stories that write themselves, chat.
Dear Anna, definitely points to that being what you wanted to do. On Saturday's stream, so you want to be a whore, eh? The VLOR team finally addressed whether trans women can apply to the agency. The answer is yes. However, there are caveats. Maybe. Once again, communication is not VLOR's strong suit. I mean, all humans are pretty bad at communication.
It's not that it's not their strong suit, they're purposely avoiding controversy so that idiots like the one that wrote this article don't have a foot to stand on here.
For one, and for two, they're in a corpo, so they kind of have to
Which is smart, despite, you know, being a VTuber agency.
balance what they're allowed to say publicly and what they can't. During the stream, talent Shibby Cottonbum stressed VLOR will accept transgender talent as long as they go by female pronouns, live life as a woman, and sound like a woman. Oh, that's where she fucked up. That's unlucky. The Gen 1 team laughed as the issue was discussed. At one point, Shibby said transgender talent asking about the issue should shut the fuck up. Is there a clip of this, chat? Because I just don't believe them. If
Not in those words and not as brazenly, if I recall.
Said fucking based, but also I just don't believe this fucking smear merchant, right? Oh no, she said the wrong thing. What the fuck? I love VLOR now. Rima saw it and it was a joke. I have one of Rima's tweets pulled up because Rima did a good, like, quick rundown of this Anna person being fucking crazy to them. They
we're gonna go through that too.
keep saying all the right things. There's a clip, but it's misrepresented. Azehara, do you have the clip so I can watch it? Like I said, I'm sure this is misrepresented because this Anna person is a smear merchant, but I would like to see the clip for myself if you have it. All right, Azehara provided us with the clip.
New times that I think I rewinded too much.
We are looking for female talents. Oh, but what if I'm... Shh! Shut the fuck up! You go by female pronouns. And you live life as a woman. Do you sound like a woman? Okay, we don't care about anything else. They're free to apply, ho. Males.
That just sounds like someone who's like tired of having to answer the fucking question. Cause like, I'm sure that gets asked pretty often. But noise-based once again. Thank you, Azehara, for providing that context. We love to see it. Sound like a woman, she knew what she was doing. Yeah, like, that's the nicest way you can phrase it. But I say that's where she fucked up because this is exactly what someone looking to make a hit piece is looking for, right? Like, she said the rightest thing that she could. This was like the nicest way of phrasing it, but even then, she went a step too far for the smear merchants. As I mentioned during my own discussion stream over the weekend, the 1-year delay on the topic and the insensitive tone during the advice stream revealed an extreme level of unprofessionalism toward VLOR's transgender colleagues. Now, again, we're dealing with...
You think that a VTuber, a LootTuber group that has a group stream where they call people bitches and hoes and whores is gonna be thinking very carefully about the feelings that they hurt. Like, probably should reevaluate what you're what you're thinking and what you're caring about here.
The smear merchant, so it's very possible that VLOR has transgender colleagues, but based on their responses and based on the audience...
And how the fuck do they know that they have transgender colleagues in the fucking first place?
...being overwhelmingly male and them doing female for male lewd audio, I feel like this is them trying to put like a nugget in the article to make the audience who watches VLOR question if these girls are actually girls, which is a fucked up thing to do. For trans talent who considered applying to VLOR during Gen 1, at least prior to the debut of aforementioned lolicon models, yeesh, the lack of communication towards trans VTubers was a clear sign.
Like, who the fuck adds exclamations like this to their fucking article on a huge fucking platform like yeesh? It's like adding yikes or oh my god into your fucking article. That's just so, for the lack of better words, it's just so fucking cringeworthy.
That the company,
like, you're a fucking child.
He was not prepared for the professionalism and maturity required from an adult company. What about the professionalism and maturity required of a journalist, even? Don't get me wrong, it's great VTuber does, in fact, allow trans women to work with the team, but even then, its standards are still very strict for trans performers. What does it mean to sound like a woman? Is VTuber willing to...
See, that's the point that they're gonna be attaching themselves to. Well, what does a woman sound like to you? What passes for a female voice? And they're gonna be making examples of people that sound more masculine, according to them, and still, you know, quote unquote, passing, and then trying to spin it as a negative again. This is all a spin. Do not mistake it for anything else.
Accept trans women like myself? I feel like they dodged a bullet, and we'll go through why. Even though I have a feminine voice, I'm often clocked as trans during streams and in ASMR comments. Also, I got some bad news. Even though I have a feminine voice, I'm often clocked as trans during stream.
Isn't that like telling on yourself that you aren't seen as that? Contradicting yourself in the same sentence?
I would say there's a difference between effeminate and female, you know? Would I lack the right credentials to sound like a woman? In other words, do they want trans talent, or do they want trans women who sound specifically like cis women? Trans women who pass for cis women and could, if necessary, hide their gender identity. VTuber never clarified these specifics during the stream, essentially putting trans talent right back to square one. How does VTuber...
The thing about trans activists nowadays is that they cannot shut up about the fact that they're trans. You know, instead of just living as a man or a woman, the gender that they want to be, they have to let everyone know about it constantly, endlessly, and setting back other trans people for a billion fucking years. Those people that want to live in peace as the gender they want to be, they have to deal with these people setting the precedent of how other people are gonna see them for being fucking insane online. That's how it's gonna be, endlessly.
Really feel about trans women? All right, I'm gonna hold on, chat. I need to do some method acting. Okay, here's a Reddit Gone Wild audio script. All right, here we go. Mature content. Yes, I'm over 18. Okay. All right. So.
I'm skipping this because it's irrelevant. You can watch that on your own later. Let's go back to the article.
Trans women. And then, of course, comes the issue of pronouns and transition. Not every woman uses female pronouns. Well, that's who they want to hire for their company. They want people using female pronouns. So, like, why are you trying to play this, like, weird gotcha? Cis, trans, and non-binary women commonly use pronouns other than she, her. That's true. If you look at my YouTube page, my pronouns are he, him lesbians are out there. No. So are women who use they, them. And what does it mean to live life as a woman? I don't know. There's a whole bunch of men in dresses who keep trying to tell us what it means to live as a woman, so why don't you explain it? Why don't you be the one to explain that one? Do you have to socially transition IRL and present as a woman? Do you have to stream with a female presenting
See what kind of fucking spin this is? They said once in the recruitment posts, we want female VTubers. We want females. And all of this shit is being dragged out of it. Because you decided to be extra inclusive. For no reason whatsoever. You should have shut up about it. Should not have not addressed that like whatsoever. Let it go fucking silent. Instead of you have this fucking smear piece.
model
Because fucker got butthurt. Literally.
X amount of times? I'm not a straight male. And I don't like watching female models that have a male voice coming out of them. I bullied Bagman for it all the time. Until he finally shed his woman skin He finally was not going to build a hole and trap women inside of it to skin them alive. And so I can only imagine straight men would have an even larger feeling towards that, especially if it's someone talking about sucking their dick.
Let's skip a bit.
To treat you.
Because Kirsche likes her rents quite a bit.
If I apply and I don't have a voice that fits, like, what they're doing, I'm not gonna get accepted. Like, that's not an insult to me. I'm just not what they're looking for. Kirsche wants a straight answer. I like my answers like I like my men. Heterosexual. If anything, you think this article will just make them more popular? Oh, absolutely. People are kind of sick of this weird smear merchant shit. If you try hard enough, you might just get a trans-inclusive fan who draws fan art of you that's banned in various European countries. Yeah, that's how you know you've made it. Can we get more questionable?
Yeah, because, you know, people go out of their way online in those terrible European countries and just look through people's PCs for fucking drawings of anime characters. People, even in those fucking countries, do you think the fucking law enforcement cares about this shit? I would have to think that unless you live in the fucking UK, somehow, that people still care a little bit less about fucking drawings than they do actual crimes.
Artwork of me that would be banned in Germany. Like if someone in German like looks at this artwork of me, they'll get arrested for wrongthink. Oh, and there's a ban on lesbian content. The second and more baffling controversy is VLR's policy on lesbian ASMR, or female for female. In short, there's a female for female ban, as the company has a specific method focused on appealing to straight men. When asked whether the company was open to content beyond female for male, VLR head Strony Cuddles said straight up no.
It means they know their demographics, they know who to appeal to. So what the fuck are you making this into a problem? If it's a company that specifically targets that group and specializes in it, what the fuck is your problem? Again, not everything has to be super duper inclusive and cater to your feelings that are constantly hurt.
Female company who provides sexual audio has overwhelmingly male audience. More news at 11. Also water. Is it wet? Like, the only way I could see them doing, like, female-focused content is if they were fetishizing it for a straight male audience, which, if they did, I think they would get more backlash than just saying, yeah, we're not gonna do that. Right? Like, a company that knows its audience, a recipe for success. Imagine! VLR is based on a previous established method that worked fantastically, and I want to ensure the success of anyone who is willing to take the risk to join under me, join under the company, and share the vision that is what VLR is going for, Strony said. So at this point in time, no, it will always be female for male content, and I can't see that changing at this point in time. VLR says straight up no to female for female content, as the agency says it cannot ensure success if it creates content for queer women. That's just being honest! That's just being realistic!
How dare you exclude the gays? Are you some sort of homophobe? Or are you just trying to run a successful business? You can't have both, bigot. Fucking bigot. How dare you try to make money in an effective sort of way?
Are these people so used to companies like bending the knee to them that when someone's just like, yeah, our audience is mostly male, we cannot guarantee you success as a streamer if you make content geared towards women? Like, what? That's just actually insane to me. Please, I beg, live in reality. VLR doesn't allow female for female content. Girl, this is why I'm doing lewd tubing for lesbians, because lesbians deserve adult material too. Oh, I'm gonna show you the content that he does for lesbians. I'm gonna...
like, imagine going to, like, let's say, fucking Krispy Kreme or Dunkin' fucking Donuts, and you're at the fucking cash register. If they still exist, I haven't been in a fucking establishment like that in a very long time. I guess everything's just ordered via fucking machines nowadays. Either way, you go to the cash and you're just like, you're at this fucking donut place and you're like, where are the hot dogs, you motherfucker? How dare you not fucking have hot dogs? What kind of business you're running here? Sir, madam, this is a fucking Dunkin' Donuts. It's in the name, donuts. It's not Dunkin' hot dogs. Yeah, but I wanted a fucking hot dog. How dare you fucking not serve me hot dogs? That's the same fucking shit.
I'm gonna show you the content he likes to do. So let me get this straight. Erotic content of young girls is fine. They're adult women. But lesbian content goes too far. What? This is particularly strange when you consider the popularity of female for female. Simply put, the genre is not only enjoyed by queer women, but straight men as well. Men commonly listen to female for female content for the same reason that
You do not understand. They want to self-insert themselves doing the ASMRs. They don't want to listen to two girls going at it. Or at one girl aiming towards another girl. You cannot self-insert as that. That's the point. That's the whole point. So the audience, which is predominantly males, can self-insert themselves into these situations. If the target isn't male, then all of that is fucking pointless, and you're just listening to a girl, in this case your favorite VTuber, I guess, getting it on with another female that isn't you, and you feel like a cuck. A lot of VTuber fans will fucking feel like a cuck in this fucking situation.
men enjoy watching real-life lesbian porn because it's about two women having sex. Wow! It's almost like I just said earlier that if they made that kind of content, it would have to be inherently sexualized towards a straight male audience, which would be fetishizing, which would bring them more controversy than just saying no in the first place. But leave it to a man to say, obviously, straight men are going to enjoy watching female-for-female content. They love watching two women have sex. Thank you for making my point. This is doubly the case when it comes to fetish material like bondage, feederism, giantesses, and vor.
These fetishes aren't mentioned there by chance, by the way. These are predominantly fetishes of Anna Valens that Anna Valens is into. Feeding, giantesses, and vor. A lot of their content that Anna has been creating when it comes to ASMR and shit like that has been centered around that. So make no mistake, this is once again the author putting their fetishes into an article and putting them above things that other people like, because ego is important to maintain here.
Where the premise is more important than the gender of its performers.
This is an author's not disguised fetish. This is very fucking obvious.
How did we go from like more normal things like feet and anal to talking about feederism, giantesses, and vor?
Again, their fetish. That's how we got there.
Could it be that these are this man's fetishes? We'll find out in a couple of tabs. Also, female for female isn't illegal in various European countries. That's a plus, too.
Don't worry, when the Arabs take over, it's gonna be.
But female for female is illegal in other various countries, like in the Middle East or in the Africa.
Female for female isn't banned in some Middle Eastern countries? I kinda press X to doubt on that one. I think a lot of these these Middle fucking Eastern countries would have a thing to say about homosexual relationships.
Or in some Southeast Asian countries. What about them? What about them consuming the content? But let's stop talking about men for a second here. Content oriented toward queer women is very popular in the ASMR space, thanks to the explosion of female for female and female for anyone content creators on Reddit's Gone Wild Audio. Hey, that's where I pulled up that script I was reading earlier. In just 5 years' time, GWA's sister subreddit, RGWA Sapphic. I feel like the word sapphic is always a red flag whenever I see it. And I can't help but remember.
She's so fucking right. Whenever I see the word sapphic being mentioned, is always by someone incredibly insufferable online. Someone that is always so fucking demanding of everything, and they do not believe straight relationships or friendships exist. Everything has to be incredibly fucking gay and about fucking all the time. This is usually the person that uses the word sapphic. I've seen them fucking everywhere, especially in the fucking Niji Sanji fandom. Insane.
That like weird sapphic furry person that was outed for some like real weird shit. I can't even remember what they were outed for. I just remember that they were like a big fucking controversy for like 2 years, man. Our GWA Sapphic gained 137,000 followers. I post on GWA Sapphic myself, and I can attest to its immense viewership. My most popular audio on the site, a trans girl for cis girl yandere breeding audio. 18,800 listens. Oh boy, chat, you're in for a treat. That makes it more popular than one of Mercy Modistay's.
My shit posts have bigger viewership than that.
Top yandere ASMR audios. Yandere forces you to love yourself. To quote the old adage, if you build it, they will come. Okay, there's many things weird here. All right, like if you want to create content geared for females, like sure, you can do that, but like you can't force a company to do that, especially if like that's not what they want to do. Forcing them to do something that they don't want to do is weird. And you can say like, sure, but I'm just one content creator that they hire out of all of their talents. But again, that's where the other lady came in and said, we can't guarantee you success. Right? They're saying like, if you come here and you do this, we cannot guarantee that you will be successful. Oh god, come. Sorry, I meant come. Look at how funny they are. No doubt there are more men out there listening to female for male content than there are queer women enjoying female for female. But what makes female for female incorrect for the method? Well, literal lollies are a-okay. Because you're selling things to weeb
Lollies are still fucking female.
men. Like, sure, there could be a market for female, but this company doesn't want to do that. So, like...
Let's skip a bit. This is long.
Drawing illegal content. Why bother?
See, this is a professionally written article where the author repeats their one point endlessly ad nauseum without, you know, actually jumping to something else that's supposed to be a problem within VLOR. They just keep coming back to those, how dare these lollies be illegal in all of these European countries without naming them.
Oh man, this
So
fucking
stupid.
journalist thought that they were cooking. But in fact, they were just serving for their competition. To be clear, Stroni is talent. Oh, here it comes. Here, chat, remember how I tell you, anytime you see someone typing the like, I like Kirsche, but... And everything after that is just like the most asinine shit you've ever read. Like, they try to pretend that they're a fan and that they like you because they just spent like an hour denigrating you. This is exactly what this is. To be clear, Stroni is talented. I have a lot of love for Mercy as a fellow yandere myself. And I do legitimately enjoy Shibi and her content. We're both degens for Fudanari, after all. But even though I want the best for the girls piloting the non-lolly models, yeah, fuck the petite women. I can't support what's going on.
This is another tactic people like Valence use in order to get into someone's good graces. Counting on the fact this time around that someone from VLOR is actually going to be reading that and gets into contact with them to change this situation around so that Valence will somehow get away in. This has happened with me personally. Well, not me as a person personally, but the place I worked at. Valence does that all the fucking time. If being aggressive doesn't work, they will try to butter you up while hiding, you know, bad intentions behind just trying to get you into your good graces.
Vealer in good faith, nor do I think you, dear reader, should apply for Gen 2, even if you want to be in that lewd video game really, really badly, which I won't be playing if there's lolly content. TLDR, just make 33% of the company Fuda instead, Vealer. That would be so much better. Once again!
And this is one of the things why people think that, you know, that Valens, instead of being a trans person, is an autogynophiliac, which is a man that has a fetish for being treated as a female while still sometimes, you know, maintaining some of their male characteristics. Because how does this change anything? Because a Fuda is still female. Despite having, you know, both reproductive organs. If we think about this in the sense that Valens sees themselves as a Fuda, which means all of this shit is just a fucking another fetish. And that's that.
Coon-brained Fuda enjoyers ruining everything for everyone! Fuda enjoyers get the bullet too! I can't support. Bitch, you were not invited. A brother thinks he's part of the team. I like how this sentence right here is like thinly veiled. I really wanted this and was told no, so now I'm seething. Now I'm seething. So, we're gonna scroll all the way back up to the beginning here. This is a fucking long seething article. Rima had a tweet here. She said, the Vealer hit piece made by Vice is utterly ridiculous. Not only does it contain more ads than a damn porn site.
Thank God for fucking Brave browser and all of these ad blockers that still work.
It almost made my phone crash. It's one of the most condescending pieces I've read in a while. I'm not sure who the intended audience is for this, but it certainly isn't VTuber fans. And if the intent was to convince anybody, it definitely had the opposite effect. The Vealer girls are incredibly sweet and have navigated this space drama-free until now, which we're all grateful for. Unlike what the article wants you to believe. It's really sad and disappointing to see mainstream media try to tear down.
There was no visible controversy with Vealer, and there was nothing about that particular recruitment post that says they only want females. And there was no controversy, at least visible to me. I would have seen it, trust me, if there was anything regarding their stream where they said that some people should shut the fuck up. You just have to have a female voice.
On the hard work of these creators. I'll be talking about this in 30 minutes. This was the second, so this was a couple of days ago. And then she had a follow-up tweet. The journalist in question stopped by my stream. Of course, I'd like to give everyone the benefit of the doubt, so I was willing to listen. I'm typically the same way, but there are certain people you absolutely do not give the benefit of the doubt to. There are certain people, especially journalists because they aren't people, that you don't give the benefit of the doubt to. And this article was nothing but salty coping and seething for not being included somewhere that this person wanted to be included in and felt that they were entitled to be included in. However, she didn't clarify anything besides asking me to look at her Twitter as proof that she's a fan of Chibi, and then saying, hold on, I'm hoping to explain myself. I thought she would talk on Discord, but instead she started her stream and proceeded to come back 3 times to ask me in my chat to watch it. Wild. I apologize for sidetracking the stream so much. We had other topics to cover, and a good chunk of it was spent waiting. Even if you wanted to give someone the benefit of the doubt, at the first moment that they, like, boot up their own stream to talk to you, that should show you, in fact, that they're operating in bad faith. If you, for some reason, didn't believe...
What happened there is they very likely wanted Rima to come on stream and funnel Rima's viewership, which is much, much larger than whatever Valens has, into that particular stream. I can imagine they counted on a thing like that happening.
That they were bad faith already from just how shit that article was. Like, there are some people that really need to learn. Journalists are scum.
Come debate me, bro, on my stream.
There's
Bait me, bro.
like 1% of journalists you can realistically trust. And even then, you have to be very careful. Isn't there a literal sin in the streaming community too? It's like, if the person in their chat was like, hey, if we're gonna have a discussion, can I start my stream, right? Then I would be like, okay, they're trying to be open. But if they're in your chat talking to you and then they just go and start up their stream and they're like, hey, come look at my stream, come watch my stream. You know, I want everyone in your audience to see my stream. Like that, no.
Yep.
No. That's a fucky wucky, as it were. And we had expert arm man over here also saying some stuff. We had to give an idea of the level of professionalism this journalist is working with, the quote below is taken out of context and chopped up into halves, which were then presented.
Valence has a history like that, taking things out of context and then just spinning their own narrative about it.
Out of order. The full quote begins at 11:11 in the linked video and reads, "We're looking for female talents. Oh, but what if I'm," and we watched this a second ago. The butt of the joke was very obviously rules lawyers and professional contrarians, not transgender talents, as Valens attempts to imply. Upon reading the article, it's very clear that the issue that Valens has with VLR is that they make female for male content in an industry where that is by far the most profitable niche. VLR is a start.
Essentially the same arguments that Kirsche has already made, so we're skipping through this.
Quite a while now for doing lots of weird shit, which we'll get into in a second. Oko saying Anna's just mad VLR does it.
Either way, Anna got shot on almost 100% on Twitter about this, so they later ran away to Blue Sky and deactivated their Twitter for a while because backlash got a little bit too hot for them. That's what essentially happened. And that's what Kirsche goes through for most of that stuff. And here you can see
whatever the fuck this is.
Anna trying, asking at least about the auditions for VLR.
Man, imagine my shock. And I try.
But I have more to this, and we'll see that in just a moment. Again, skipping a little bit. As Kirsche goes through stuff and goes through Anna Valence's Kiwi Farms article, Kiwi Farms thread rather. We're not gonna go through that right now, or maybe at all. But there's several things that particular thread points out, and we're gonna go through that later, as Kirsche goes through it in this particular segment. There's unhinged articles. We're gonna have a brief look on them as well, because that thing is a little bit irrelevant now. This is relevant though.
Pulled all of my video essays, all of my about the farms, and you have an inherent bias about the farms. Even with that worry, that's something I feel like you should disclose. Let me bring up Azehara's tweet again. So on Azehara's tweet and the reply to it, they responded in February 24th to the VLR auditions. And here, YouTube channel got taken down. That's that. YouTube pulled all of my video essays, all of my ASMRs, all Twitch highlights. Very sad. I backed up everything in case of this and will begin preparing for step 2 tomorrow. Very likely to me that my channel was mass reported and YouTube decided...
No. They just did very explicit ASMRs. Giantesses and vor.
To listen to the bigots. Now, if they're doing ASMR content...
It's the fucking biggest... Like, nobody knew about this shit. Nobody cared.
This has been a problem with VTubers for quite a while now. A lot of people's ASMR channels have been taken down. I think even some other ASMR VTubers like Vox Akuma have stopped doing specific ASMRs to avoid this happening to their channels, right? So I don't think this was a case of Anna being mass reported. I think this is just the typical ASMR issue that YouTube has been having. And this was March 25th. So this is after Anna responded to the VLR auditions, but before Anna wrote the hit piece on VLR.
So yes, nobody cared, virtually nobody knew about Anna Valence in the quote-unquote VTuber scene at that point.
Likely create a new YouTube channel for just video essays that pass muster. No ASMR uploads on YouTube anymore.
This is their VTuber model. First time seeing it.
My most important video essays are currently going onto the Internet Archive. Fudanori are actually transgender. Fuda's relationship with trans women in anime and manga explained by...
Yeah, that's the type of content you're gonna get out of that one.
Anna Valens. I'm sorry for what I'm about to do to you, chat. There's a little bit more of the fetish content here. Anna Valens posting on March 25th about a stream that they did.
And brown. And I almost hadn't chosen from so you just like farting.
You're riveting content, isn't it, chat? People say drama tubers have terrible, uninteresting content. They can just regurgitate news and things that are happening on social media. While here we have someone actually regurgitating stuff through their ass. It's like a fucking South Park skit.
I don't know what this thing on the bottom is here, but this is like my expression the entire fucking time. Like, just, what is happening? Kirsche, have mercy. This is high quality. Yeah, it's binaural audio, man. High quality farting. High quality fart fetishing. This is a callback to the Harley Quinn fart comics. I don't know. I don't know what the fuck I'm watching right now. Sorry, I hit the play button again. I was trying to unfull screen. Oh my god. And there's a addressing the YouTube ban and how it will affect all giantess and vor ASMR on YouTube, as well as other ASMR formats, live now. Bro getting drunk. This is why God doesn't talk to us anymore. Thank you, Sergeant Puck. And Anna reposted someone once again blaming Jesse Singal. Apparently, I don't know who the fuck Jesse Singal is or what these people's like vendetta against him is. Anna has a screenshot here, I guess. The year is 2028. The United Soviets of America have emerged, run by groups of 12 to 14 trans women who all initiate breeding facilities. It's the fucking breeding facilities again, where we high-five each other while spit-roasting cis women. We call it the gender crit wet pussy carousel, now with less respectability politics. An autogynephiliac wanting to rape women. Imagine my shock. Noah Fuel Gaming says all of this happened because the serious journalist Jesse Singal decided to take a shitpost about gooning from 5 years ago to harass a trans person. Fuck Jesse Singal and fuck anyone who defends him and calls him a serious journalist, including Aaron Blue Sky. I don't know who Aaron Blue Sky is either. But also, like, if you want to do your weird fucking women breeding camp porn, do it on a porn site, do your weird ASMRs there. Why are you posting about it on Twitter?
We're gonna listen a little bit to that fiction because that's certainly fucking out there as well.
Why are you bringing this into the public, man? And then there's another tweet here. We now have definitive proof that the very serious journalist Jesse Singal has harassed someone. Anna has been harassed. BC Singal used a shitpost she made 5 years ago to paint her as a predator and using her as evidence to support his transphobia. Is it a shitpost if they actually made, like, the videos? Is it a shitpost if it's actually something that they said, like, they want to do and write about? That doesn't sound like a shitpost. That isn't even, like, director's thinly veiled...
Sounds like wishful thinking is what it sounds like.
...fetish. That just is their fetish. Then, Anna said, full stream with explanation on the future, whether Jesse Singal was responsible, TLDR, no, and why I was banned from YouTube. I'm glad that Anna said that Jesse Singal was not responsible, because once again... I don't think this was any kind of mass reporting or targeted reporting. A lot of VTubers have had issues with their ASMR channels. YouTube has been cracking down on ASM artists in general. So it was only a matter of time until this person's ASMR videos got hit, especially because these are like overtly sexual. Apparently, Anna offers advice to anyone else who wants to get banned on YouTube. Let me wake up and get a bagel, then I'll go live. In the meantime, my YouTube channel going dark means everyone now has full permission to upload any of my video essays onto YouTube or anywhere else.
No one has ever saved any of those. Do not worry. They're not going back up because nobody gives a shit.
Monetize and remix them. My video essays are now officially public domain content. I think it would be funny if, in response to YouTube banning me, a bunch of people just uploaded a ton of my content back onto YouTube here and there. The video essays are probably fine to upload, but like, it's the sexual content that YouTube's been cracking down on, man. Here's a post on March 28th. March 28th was just a few days before Anna wrote that article on VLR. Been waiting to announce this, now it's time. Extremely proud to announce I'm joining Vice's Waypoint as a reporter. That's right, returning to my roots, writing about video games daily, and yes, I plan to cover the 18+ and indie side of games, not just AAA. Apparently, they could not resist hit-piecing VLR. More to share soon, excited to be back. Past year's been exciting but turbulent. VTubing is my passion, but as many of you know, I've struggled financially and missed being part of the games industry. I've learned a lot as a VTuber and want to return to the games media industry with a new, fresh perspective on gaming. I've chatted with Waypoint's incredible managing editor and feel big things are coming to the vertical. Big things I want to be a part of. I see my future as not just a VTuber, not just a games reporter, but a games reporter VTuber.
Wow. How innovative that is.
Stay tuned for the incredible
VTubers talking about video games to you? Holy shit. Call 2016. They want their fucking ideas back.
road ahead. Which, you know, I'd be all for a games reporter VTuber. Unfortunately, this person started as a journalist, which means they are inherently untrustworthy, and they've shown themselves time and time again to report in a biased and not truthful manner. Also, does this make me the first VTuber games journalist? No, I don't really think so. I feel like there's plenty of VTubers who talk about gaming news. They just don't call themselves journalists, man. We can just say you are and not likely to get a lot of pushback. That's true! Person with giant nose ring? Nobody cares about VTubers, so you can probably claim a lot of firsts and most people won't.
Which is funny because Ducky got an incredible amount of pushback for his incredibly shoddy work and being a journalist, so nah, this is a thing that actually happened.
Correct you. They're asking, this is also kind of ridiculous, right? The only way to get YouTube's attention is to fucking post about it on Twitter, man. Like, that's so fucking silly that the only way to get help with your YouTube account if something happens is to just make a fuss about it and hope enough people respond on Twitter. That is fucking crazy, man. For some reason, we're posting about Keffels in March 2025. Anna said, I reached out to Clara to welcome her back, and I want to +1 that her remorse is genuine. She knows she messed up. This is why I stressed on stream to let her cook.
Yeah, this is another running defense for Keffels of all fucking people too.
Let her stream, see what happens. I'm willing to extend a second chance. I do think she will demonstrate growth through her actions. Yeah, I'm just not.
How about giving the money back that Keffels used for getting to safety instead of, you know, spending it on a fucking round European trip? How about giving that money back to people first? How about that?
Not willing.
How about giving the money Keffels spent on fucking drugs back to the people that invested in Keffels trying to get away from the evil kiwi farmers? How about those?
To care about someone who took thousands of dollars for drugs and also made bathtub hormones. I just, you know, I understand if others do not feel the same way. I respect that fully. I think it's important to watch her and see how her behavior and approach has changed. In my honest opinion, she'll demonstrate that she's changed her approach to others, social media, and criticism by her actions. TLDR, give her time to show she's changed. That isn't demonstrated in a day. I think it's understandable that many won't trust her, but I believe she's ready to show she worked on herself and won't do the shit she did 2 years
Who gives a shit? Where's the fucking money?
ago. And then Brianna Wu also gets a mention here. We're getting all the all-stars back on the team. Anna said, Brianna likes money and attention, that's it. Imagine Carmela from The Sopranos, but if she was also a transsexual. I thought that was a bad word in current year. I thought you're not supposed to use that word. And enjoyed being on Fox News. This is a quote retweet of someone saying, I'd like to know what exactly motivates the sycophancy here. Brianna Wu said, let's try this again, in good faith. She's here on a green card where it is explicitly said in law you are not fully protected from deportation.
This is irrelevant, though. Let's move on. And all of this is just going through Anna Valence's posts seething about shit, about the pushback. This one in particular is funny.
There, and it's fascinating. It's really funny. This is another tweet of Mama Oko here. I think I showed this earlier. Maybe. I can't remember. But if it's another one, Mama Oko saying Anna's just mad at VLR doing it better. Anna says, be an established female for female ASMR performer. Be an
established. Wow, you made an account and you recorded something. That's very established. Like, career fucking changing and putting all of the fucking money on your table.
Lewd tuber. Be a
really puts the fucking grub in Grubhub.
Professional VTuber journalist. Check Twitter. Right-wing grifter says, I'm jealous of an agency.
That fucking ego of with accomplishments that mean virtually nothing.
Professionalism problems. Reaching so hard, it might, in fact, throw one's back out.
The word grifter is so fucking overused as well. It's another word that people have no idea what it actually means.
Calling Oko a right-wing grifter is fucking crazy. Like an actual insane. Everyone who disagrees with me is right-wing. Oh my god. How is Oko a right-winger? Everyone these people don't like is a right-winger. And this is why, like, you know, I understand wanting to extend the olive branch and, like, giving people the benefit of the doubt. This is
established ASMR performer. I'm an established toilet goer. I have managed to accomplish going to the toilet thousands of times through my lifetime. I want my fucking participation trophy. Where the fuck is it?
Absolutely someone who does not.
Where's my fucking golden toilet? I believe I've earned it.
Not deserve the benefit of the doubt. Anna, not Oko, to be clear. Anyone else who comes into my mentions to actually me about Lolly is blocked. You know my policy. Unless anything else develops, I'm done discussing about this. It's been 4 days and I'd like to move on. A person way smarter than I once told me, you will get nowhere discussing Lolly. It is a conversation that no one will ever agree on, and it's better to just probably not bring it up as often as possible. As like, I agree with that. Not even for any sort of like harassment.
All right, enough of using Kirsche's content because we have fun things to go through. Let me get my music back up. But you've seen the quality of the VLR article about now. But I guess you would want to know why it actually exists in the form that it does. Well, let me tell you all the fucking reasons and how all of this started. Back in March 25th, when Anna has, decided to go through the requirements of the recruitment post, he said the following: okay, so I sent an email and tweet asking if VLR was accepting trans women. Never heard back. We know all of this already, of course. I know other trans VTubers have asked as well, really confused, especially since the agency claims they only want females, in quotation marks, at the moment. Concerned they're only taking cis women? Here's the requirements. And then they said this: I was really excited about the agency too, but if they are taking we just want cis girls right now policy, frowny face. To be clear, this was a contributing reason I decided not to apply. Sent 2 requests with no answer, so didn't feel promising to put in their resources. So, as you can see here, all of this shit stems from butthurt that they didn't get what they wanted. They didn't feel included. They wanted to be part of a VLR. Very clearly here, They didn't decide to apply, but they had an interest in it. They clearly wanted to have a go, but nope. Instead, they have been met with a very silent rejection, and people like Valens do not tolerate silent rejection or rejection of any kind, I assume at this point. I'm also confused because if they aren't taking T-girls, why not? T-girl sex workers are very popular. This is gonna be a funny thing. Just wait for it. I'm building up to something. ES is one of the most popular niches in adult content. It's a matter of voice training. That's a resource that can be provided. If you're concerned the audience won't watch because they want a cis woman, you're forgetting one of the top loot tubers out there right now is a T-girl, Marina. Do you understand the humor in that last sentence, chat? Do you know who Marina is? For those of you that haven't been in my stream. You know how fucking funny that is? That fucking kind of comment. And how it really shows that Anna has no fucking clue about VTubing in any way whatsoever fucking ever. One of the top loot tubers out there right now is Marina. Let me show you the fucking ways, chat. Let me show you my ways. This is your top loot tuber. This is your top fucking loot tuber. Right here. Total followers 28k, 28.7k. Hours streamed over 7k. Average viewers 119. What's funny? I average much more than that. I guess I'm the top loot tuber. Here's your top fucking loot tuber. And you know, to be fair, maybe they are popular someplace else. They aren't. Even with their fansly that's updated very rarely, because, you know, loot tubers had to put porn in some places. So Marina has a fansly, and Marina is on the like top 0.3%. So that's fucking nothing. And Marina also doesn't update their fucking fansly almost ever. So yeah, here's your top fucking loot tuber. Meanwhile, you have idiots like Feifei that make fucking shitposts that are a lot more popular than like 20 of Marina's fucking streams put together. So yeah, here's your fucking most popular loot tuber. And here's the level of fucking research that that Anna does. Don't lie to yourself, Anna. This shit is just actually fucking wrong. But yeah. But funny comment aside, you see the bigger picture here, right, chat? They wanted it to be Allure. V-Allure turned out to be not what they were expecting, and they took it personally. Instead of, you know, going, oh, I guess this isn't for me. Nah, I'm gonna cause trouble for them. Because they wronged me without actually interacting with me whatsoever. I want my way, and I want it now. The world revolves around me and should cater to all of my fucking whims. Because I'm Anna Valens, the fucking queen of the world, or whatever the fuck. That's basically the motivation here. It's so fucking obvious too. It's kind of pathetic if you think about it. But there were more. Anyway, I didn't really want to put the agency on blast. Funny that, right? After the article was written. I was excited for what they offer, but now I'm like, guys, just be honest. There are easy ways to accommodate. Like we're doing a T-girl only run later. You know, maybe you're gonna cater to me. Or else. This is a vague fucking thread, chat. This is the vaguest fucking thread I have ever read. You know, I didn't want to cause shit. But maybe next time, if you don't cater to me, I'm gonna cause shit. And they did. Because they wrote that fucking retarded article. What did this ingenuous fucking bitch this person is? But there were more. Kind of a shame. I've been told recently that my voice is perfect for ASMR, and I've got a documented history of plenty of porn I've created, so I'd probably be a good candidate. If they accept MILFs, whichever way you pronounce that. That's how I felt. I've done porn for years. My ASMR content is well liked by 2 people in my niche. I wouldn't been perfect if as a first sex ed VTuber, but it sounds like they only want cis women. So there you go. Occasionally felt like there should be a doll VTuber union or something, but I don't have an idea how that work, LMAO. I'd love that. Just a little T-girl VTuber group. If I ever figure out how it works, I'd post something, but if someone else figures it out first, I'm game. And Anna replies with eyes wide open emoji. It's funny that the groups like that have existed before, and I covered them on my YouTube too. Guess what happened to all of them? They fucking exploded from the inside out. That's what happened. That's what happened to these fucking groups. All of them fucking exploded in tremendous fucking fireworks. This is the fate of all of these groups that hire activists, not people. But there were more shit, because Anna, when shit gets hot, they run away to Blue Sky, which is their little fucking echo chamber, where they actually do get ass pats for their behavior. And there was more behind, just getting fucking butthurt here. It was a personal insult because Strony of Vialure, I guess, got on Anna's bad side with shit like this. And this is quickly hitting the rest of the VTubing community. I want to clear something up. There were very specific groups I blame for Vialure's problems, based on my reporting. Strony/DTL, the rest of Vialure management, the Lolicon VTubers, Emi and Icy, the rest of Generation 1, not per se. Yes, the rest are part of V-lore, but I'm under the impression that Generation 1 doesn't really direct the ship in terms of content and policies for the larger company. Their talent is not a co-op. They're also under contracts, which may restrict their ability to address things independently. I am under the impression that they each have their own opinions. Shibi loves Fuda content, for example, which suggests she may have feelings about non-normative female for male material. Generation members have also collabed with trans talent before, and they normally have trans fans. Which is, a very sneaky way of saying that they should cause shit within their own company. Because Anna isn't satisfied with what's happening right now. God damn. They want in any way. And if they won't get their way, they want that shit fucking destroyed. From the inside out, too. Holy shit. Strony does have the opportunity to clear the air and set things straight, but unless she does, we have no idea what actually goes on internally at Vialure. But as I suggested in my original report, I think this problem is more about the company itself. I hope the best for the non-loli talent. Go fuck yourself with comments like that, as if you care about any of them. I mentioned this because I think people want this problem seriously addressed. No one gives a fucking flying fuck. They shouldn't back talent like Mercy or Azura. They should contact the company directly or talk to Strony. DTL funds the damn thing. A snake. And then there were more butthurt things about lolly shit. With them, quote, blue skying, because this is not quote retweeting, this is quote blue skying, because this is blue sky. I feel like it's crazy that your channel got taken down. Meanwhile, they're allowing these accounts that are literally 25 times bigger than your channel was to make content that actively advertises her lolly content off platform. And literally makes lolly ASMRs and little sister brat ASMRs on platform. Eating people for fun, bad. Lolly adult VA, good. YouTube is crazy. So you can see, it's several levels of butthurt. One, they are butthurt because they didn't get in because they aren't desirable for that company. That's one level of butthurt. Level 2 butthurt is that Imi of Vialure has a successful ASMR channel and they don't anymore. So they're fucking jealous. Butthurt and jealous at the same times. Holy fucking shit, what a petty idiot. And here's Kitty Lolly replying to them. Both of these things are good actually. Neither are harming anyone, both should stay up. Nobody should have the money they need to pay rent and buy food cut off over making harmless fetish content. And they had a whole discussion about this. I agree if it's non-con or dubcon. Are they talking about sexualization of children through anime characters that look prepubescent? You know, rape good, lolly content bad. How does that make any sense? How does that make any logical sense? Both of these things are fictional. So how is rape in this instance any better than fucking lolly content? Like, explain that to me, Overlord Anna Valens, the fucking succubus. I'd like to understand your way of thinking. I'm not going to argue on behalf of that. I think it's also clear most of VTuber community feels the same way. Oh, you're retarded. You have no fucking idea about the VTuber community. Neither are real though. It's just old drawings of taboo topics. No one just discomforts you more. Speaking personally, as someone who partly uses my identity as a lolly as a coping mechanism, it's totally okay to be uncomfortable with it. I just can't understand actively crusading against it. Putting aside the obvious concern about morals and ethics with this content, what about your fucking rape obsession then? A lot of people did not know about the extent of the lolicon content and engagement coming out of Vialure, and people do have right to know about the content of Generation 2. I got to see a lot of starry-eyed sex workers taken aback by the actions of Vialure lolly talent and unaware that lollipop is a euphemism for something. Yeah, or lolicon stuff, I guess. People have a right to know, and I do not believe that the content should be in the space for obvious moral reasons. You fucker, you're into fucking rape. How do you have a fucking higher moral ground here? I do not understand this shit. I think also the defense of Imi by the lolly crowd proves the point that these VTubers are supposed to be underage children in appearance. It's like the article proved the point by bringing lolicon defenders out onto the TL. No. All of these people are shitting on you because you're a stupid, jealous cunt, and people are gonna start seeing this more now. That's what it is. YouTube originally pulled the lolicon YouTuber, but now she's back again. Meanwhile, an adult character eating another adult is too much for YouTube. Someone called Kendrick. And this butthurt continued. They're so fucking butthurt about you losing their ASMR channel. I understand people have opinions on my work and who I work with. The decision I made, I respect that. But I do need to clear the air. All work I have done on porn was professionally oriented, not because I was corny or wanted to show editors porn. This is clear chance misogyny. Well, chat. Riddle me this. Is it professional and is it a topic that would appeal to anybody if you decided to play Fall Guys, a game mostly aimed at children, and while you're playing that game, you stick a dildo or a vibe up your ass, and that vibe is triggered by you hugging other players in the game? So tell me, is this a thing that you're only doing for work, or is that because you want to get off on that one? Are you taking the bullet for something? Are you feeling uncomfortable for that? Because I think it's just your fucking fetish, and you're just pushing it on to other people. This is a clear fucking lie. All of the shit that they do that's in sexual in nature, they get off on that shit. This is a lie, the biggest lie ever told, seen on stream. It is, of course, this kind of rhetoric and behavior that forced me out of the game's journalism in 2020 and in 2021. You can dislike me and the content I do, but please fix your heart and be careful how you speak of trans women you do not like. It affects the trans women you do like. And there it is, that old tactic of calling things transphobic when you get pushback. Or we're gonna get to that fucking butt plug incident article. Oh, trust me on that one. Lolicon fans project onto others and believe their interest in lolis is more prominent, popular, or widespread than it really is. For example, I know most of the loli people guilting me to not follow me because I pour out all of the loli themed readings from my MG streams. Real fans would know I did that. I famously had the loli VTuber unfollow me after she found I dislike loli. This is not new. Yeah, she's just butthurt about the lolis too, so another level up to this. One level, they didn't get into Vialure. Second level, there are characters, there are people in Vialure that have their own successful ASMR channels, whereas Valence doesn't have it anymore. And level 3, there are loli VTubers that shat on her because of that and excluded her because she's a retard that can't tell fiction from reality. So, excluded from everything, including their own fucking YouTube channel. That's the third level of butthurt this person is operating now on. Do you understand? Do you understand this pattern of behavior? That's so very clear to see. Anyone else who comes into my mentions to actually me about loli is blocked. You know my policy. Unless anything else develops, I'm done discoursing about this. It's been 4 days and I'd like to move on. She won't. Dozens of lolicons have been yelling at me all day and I'm tired of it. I'm not on your side. Fuck off. Here's them being butthurt about Mamaoko, which you already seen on Kirsche's stream. So again, getting pushback just adds to the butthurt. You can say this is the 4th level of butthurt, just getting pushback over their bullshit. Remember how they said that the shit that they do isn't sexual for work? Well, they wrote an article about Emma Frost and then they captioned the post on Blue Sky with this thing while linking to it. Choke me mommy, 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 choke me mommy. Not doing it to get off, is it? Like, when you say shit like that, don't just post that like a few days later. Yeah, you can clip that and send it to everyone you like. I don't care. I think this is funny that way. Either way. Either way, this is how they describe their own content. Like, this is the way they caption it. You can send it to Remy if you want. If this mommy sounded like Remy to you at one point, I don't think she's gonna be thrilled about that though. There's more. So some factual corrections I want to share as rumors are spreading like wild. I've seen people try to start VTuber Gate, etc. I never auditioned for VLOR Generation 1 nor Generation 2. Rejection for Generation 2 would be impossible. The article was written and filed before auditions were even open. Sure, that's not why your butt hurt. It's not that they didn't fucking cater to your needs. You are a complete bystander on all of this fucking shit. Why do you lie so fucking transparently, Anna? It's so easy to fucking see what bothers you. And your lies too. Why do you do this shit to yourself? You're not very smart. You've been on the internet for what, like 10 plus years? You should be smarter than that. Nothing else to share, thanks. Also, regarding Rima, who I don't trust due to her past record, hence messing with her when she attempted to fire me for drama. And again, Rima being a popular VTuber that covers drama, remember that tweet from Kirsche that read it from Rima? And I also got butthurt about that one. So, again, pushback equals butthurt in this case. Rima Stone was innately in bad faith. Hitpiece is an incredibly loaded term. No, it is a fucking hitpiece. You're fucking butthurt and tried to disguise it very incompetently. Perhaps my trolling came off as unprofessional and inappropriate, but simply firing back at a streamer using me for drama. In comparison, there's a reason I approach Elara's stream with respect. And Lara got into hot water for that one too. And guess what? Who fucking Anna Valens is friends with now on that fucking excellent platform that is Blue Sky. Well, it's none other than Bonicula. Bonicula is one of these VTubers you may know from the Hogwarts Legacy saga, where Bonicula just outright said that people that played fucking Hogwarts Legacy deserved to be harassed and they should fucking suck it up. That's the type of people and now Anna is friends with over on Blue Sky. Truth, this PDF writes fascist little muppet. Couldn't keep my name out of his mouth for a solid year. Joke's on him, his little kiki that brought me way more folks that vibe with me and what I'm doing. Well, enjoy your little fucking echo chamber. Because that's what all you're gonna get for your fucking vile shit. And Valence replies with, ha 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 ha. They've been grifting off me all week. This crowd. I saw one streamer bring up this image where I was like, by discussing this issue on their drama streams, now everyone knows one way or another what's going on in my article. Definitely stun locks them briefly. So you can see it's just farming outrage at this point too. So again, quote-unquote journalist. Ethical and moral at the same fucking time. One thing that's become apparent to me is a larger issue with enabling and encouraging trans misogyny in the VTubing space. Very sad for trans streamers how much water is carried among cis VTubers to protect bigots and anti-trans grifters. And here's the part where Anna got butthurt about what Elara said about them coming onto Elara's stream. I tell Drama VTuber that Drama VTubers have a problem with transphobia in their community. Drama VTuber says not true. Check the replies to their post. Guy misgendering me and threatening to shoot me. Really does me prove my point that Elara and Rima have these kinds of people in their communities. They are using gender-neutral terms, you nitwit. Like, listen, it takes a certain fucking amount of retardation to go on a platform like Blue Sky and still get pushback from another Blue Sky user. It's certainly fucking something that this guy is calling you nitwit on the platform that is supposed to protect your fucking feelings. People like you are focusing on all the wrong topics while we struggle to even have rights properly. Take this as an advice, stop trying to insert yourself into places you don't belong before you decide to waste your time tarnishing the LGBT community. This reads more like a threat than any kind of advice, and poor one at that. Threat. Threat on fucking Blue Sky. I'm sorry if that threat is a threatening, but this whole situation is one they brought on themselves. They themselves. You're literally the problem, LMAO. How dare you call me with a gender-neutral fucking pronoun, you fucking bigot. You will call me he, she, her, you fucking bigot. Anything else is trans misogyny, I guess. And you may be wondering what the thing is that made them so butthurt. Well, here's that tweet from Elara. I'm a little late to this, but today I was talking about the Vice article written on Bialore. The writer of the piece came into my chat. The second I disagreed with how they went about writing this article, things took a turn. They went on to criticize Zuma and try to draw a correlation between her her community, and some comments they received. I, for one, know Rima doesn't stand for any type of behavior like that in her community and has been outspoken before. On top of that, I don't believe right-wing dramatubers belong in VTubing is a wild statement. We may not all agree with each other's ideals, but the generalization like this is unfair. The whole point of conversation is to invite diverse ways of thinking into discussion. And here's a few snippets of what Anna said in a large chat. I don't believe right-wing dramatubers belong in VTubing. Did you see the people in her replies being transphobic to me? How is that okay? She would be upfront and immediately publicly call it out. You can't control what your community does. Transphobia as major problem in VTubing. We're talking about trans issues. She should be sensitive right at the start. Then why did the transphobic harassment start after she started streaming? You can see it for yourself. I don't know. It's not a good answer. Bad people are bad people. We're talking about bigotry. We're talking about trans issues. You should be sensitive right at the start. By nature, the topic invited transphobes and transmisogynists to hijack the controversy, which is what's happened. And everyone has enabled person to person. So essentially, all of this amounts to, why the fuck aren't you protecting my feelings, bigot? I came into your chat to start shit. Why aren't you protecting me, bigot? That's what it is. This person has such a huge fucking opinion and such a huge ego. They can't let anything go. Everything has to center around them, otherwise they fucking get sick. And then were more posts. Why isn't Mommy Elara protecting me? Instead of addressing the ongoing transphobia with far more strongly worded sentiment, plus a commitment to do better, Elara is just posting memes. Oh no, the memes. How could she? In fact, Elara's community seems to be upset that she did say she doesn't support bigotry. You know, the boilerplate response that basically surmounts the please don't hate this trans woman I'm putting on big bullseye on? I'm sorry, retard. You went into her chat on your own and tried to start shit with her. You put the bullseye on your fucking self. Get a fucking clue. Awareness, doko, as someone would say. And then they were more upset about Elara because other people noticed Elara's tweet. So of course it's Elara's fault that she made the tweet. As a result of Elara leaving her post up for the worst bigots in VTubing get upset over me, a VTuber drama poster is digging up Reddit posts about the article from nearly a week ago and trying to keep drama litigated. and here's Zan, the VTuber PR business consultant, talking about this shit. And of course it's Elara's fault, because Elara talked about you. That's why the other people talking about you is Elara's fault. What a egotist! Holy shit! But that's the V-Allure story so far, Chen. That's the first arc over. And I promised you to give you some special insight today, so I'm gonna give you that. Because again, Anna and I have a personal and professional history, as brief as it was. There was something like that in the past. Both 10 years ago and 5 years ago. Yes, I know. 10 years ago in internet terms is like ancient times. And I'll explain this without trying to dox myself too much, I guess, because I have to give you context on this shit. Again, as I was saying, I'm establishing a pattern of behavior here, and that pattern is this retard does everything for revenge because they're butthurt they got excluded from something they didn't belong to, into rather. So that's what it's gonna be, and that's what I'm gonna be talking about. My personal history with this person. So let me prepare some material here and let me give you a little bit of context. First, I need to get these tweets out of the way real quick, and then show you something which I highly censored, but I don't think that's gonna help much in the end, but I don't think I should care too much. So yeah. we're going back 10 years. We're going back 10 years into the past. Before I show you these, let me give you a huge amount of context here. Back in 2014, there was this little thing going on the internet called Gamergate. Gamergate, where people saw that gaming journalists were fucking around too much, and they were starting to shit on gamers. And all of this started because of one woman called Zoe Quinn that has slept around with a lot of gaming journalists for positive coverage on her material. And all of that shit kicked off Gamergate. As people started to talk about ethics in gaming journalism and trying to take these people to task. And gaming journalists tried to push back by calling gamers bigots, misogynists, and what have you. And this was all over 10 years ago, 11 years at this point. Gamergate was at its peak in 2014. And at that point, several things have happened regarding this movement as well. Several publications that wanted to replace all of these corrupt gaming publications have sprung up. Stuff like Niche Gamer, that I believe still exists. Other names I don't remember anymore because they either don't exist or aren't relevant anymore. On Reddit, a place like Kotaku in Action was created, a subreddit that is dedicated to documenting improper behavior from game journalists and all people that would defend their awful behavior and shit like that. It was a huge shit show, and it would take me several hours to explain all of that lore out of it. But in short, out of it came people that wanted to show gaming journalists that they can do their job without being huge and starting at ground point zero, essentially starting from nothing. That you do not need a huge investment in order to make it big. And I was part of this. But I wasn't part of this in a normal sense, because normal gaming journalism bored me. I don't need other fucking people to tell me if a game is good or not. I personally just have enough experience to know if something looks good to me, if I want to try it out or not. My personal interests lied in pornographic games, actually. And to this day, I'm in this line of work. I promote, I help make, and I also help publish pornographic games. And back in the day, I was part of a little website that grew exponentially big. I won't say the name of it, but some of you maybe know it, maybe they do not know it. But it was a publication that dealt with reviewing and writing news about pornographic video games. 2D games, all of the anime tits and ass you would want. And that site grew exponentially big. We had millions of views every single fucking month. We were featured in articles all over the place. I covered things that were related to even VTuber news later on. Back in the day, I interviewed Project Melody when she was starting to get big, as she was starting to get noticed, and we had a whole fucking article about that. A huge interview with Project Melody. It was a pretty big thing for us. Again, millions of views and shit like that. And it was very good times. We're growing exponentially year by year. This publication doesn't exist anymore. It has transitioned into something even better. Something a lot more lucrative, which I'm still part of. Thankfully, I'm very happy to be a part of it. It's very fun work, and it doesn't feel like work because you do what you enjoy. Don't tell me about fucking Sankaku. No, Sankaku is dregs. Sankaku is its own fucking thing, even though I did work for Sankaku for a brief moment back in the past, but that was another thing and that was a side thing. Either way, to get to my point here, as our publication was growing larger and larger, people started to want to work with us. And of course, there's certain people that wanted in with us. I think you know where I'm going with this. As I was talking about excluding shit, you know, there was one particular journalist back then. I don't know if what kind of publication they were writing for at that time. I don't remember anymore. But here's someone called Very Valence trying to call us multiple times via video call for Google Hangouts, a thing that existed back in the day. This is from 2015, as you can see here. These are all the dates. And she wanted, if you don't know who that is Anna Valence. Anna Valence wanted an in with us. Anna Valence wanted to work with us. But we were very quick to see what kind of person Anna Valence is. And we wholeheartedly decided to ignore her. Because that's the best course of action here. And you can see all of these fucking missed calls on Google Hangouts. And those went on for months. And this is just a part of it. It's August all the way to September of 2015. They're butthurt about that to this day. And moving the timeline a bit from 2015, as we were growing, to 2019, Anna Valence decided, as we were like at our peak, 2018, 2019 was like our peak in terms of viewership and in terms of attention we were getting back in that day. And here's Anna Valence in 2019 writing to us with a very clear intent of asking us loaded questions in order to get us in fucking trouble. I redacted a lot of that shit because it mentions names, it mentions me as well, it mentions my boss / friend as well, and mentions the name of the publication. So Anna, being butthurt that she didn't get into our writing staff, because that's what they wanted, decided to write us with this very loaded email. So let me read a part of that. Hi, redacted. Thanks for the quick response. Glad to hear you're open to answering. So just give you a heads up, the deadline for my piece is tomorrow. EODET. If you can get any response in by then, that would be fantastic. So first off, can you tell me a bit about Redacted's history? What inspired Redacted to come up with the website? And would you consider Redacted the biggest dedicated site covering adult games, news, and features? Could you tell me about Redacted target demographic in terms of gender, race, and age? Likewise, what's the % split between gender, if applicable? I understand Redacted originally had some connections to Gamergate back in early 2015, including Redacted himself being a supporter the year prior. Granted, 4 years is a long time. Does Redacted have an official stance of Gamergate in 2019? Does it still sympathize with the movement? Question 4. 2 articles I came across on Redacted talk about censorship of Lolicon and Shotacon. Both of these stories seem sympathetic to the content being freely shared. Does Redacted have an official stance of Lolicon, Shotacon, and other similar forms of illustrated pornography? So yeah, as you can see, it's a as someone said in the chat, it's an incredibly glowing email. It's like radio fucking active. The intents of Anna here are very fucking clear. They wanted to get us in trouble because Gamergate. Fucking 4 years later. How dare you support Gamergate and Lolicon and Shotacon fucking content. And we covered a lot of those. We covered games like that as well. Because we know, we aren't fucking retarded. Like that. And I answered a lot of these questions. I do not believe any of this interview or this loaded Q&A ever came out. I don't remember anymore. I don't think it fucking did. Either way, I wrote answers to some of these questions, and I'm gonna highlight one of them here. It was question number 6 that went something like, lastly, I remember actually when we had a Discord server for the publication for ourselves as well at that time. So Anna also came into our fucking Discord in order to essentially dig up dirt on us. So Anna found this on our Discord. Lastly, I'm a member of Redacted Discord. I've noticed some of its members engage in political discussion. Some of those touch on very sensitive conversations. One user argued gender reassignment surgery is a scam. Another said he wants to have kids, but multiculti and feminism make that difficult. Even in the official rules, Redacted calls for no moral friending. I can't say that word. And don't be a raging fucking F-slur. Generally speaking, the community seems to agree with the sentiment behind all of these comments. It's easily to see how kind of commentary and conduct may alienate parts of the wider gaming community. And are you open to comment on some of the Redacted and the user base's conduct? And what Redacted official stances as to each of the topics discussed? I'll explain to you what this is. Essentially, our Discord had no dedicated channel to politics. People just talked about whatever they wished. And we essentially didn't want people to moral fag about the content. Oh, I said the word. Whatever at this point. Maybe YouTube will forgive me for that one. Essentially, people didn't want to moral friend about controversial topics. And we allowed all kinds of people into our Discord. It didn't matter if they were left wing or right wing. If you enjoyed pornographic video games, you were more than welcome. And we didn't want people to essentially fight over politics, but sometimes they did, and we moderated that very lightly. Because, people are free to exchange their fucking ideas and comments about shit. And that's essentially what it was. And yes, those rules, the rules to our Discord essentially said no moral friending and don't be a raging fucking friend. Don't be a raging fucking F-slur. That's the rules that were set. And I have to explain you why we use that so many of these slurs. Because we don't give a shit. That's why. Because we don't give a shit and we aren't there to cater to people's sensitive feelings. As an anecdote, let me explain to you how I got hired at the publication I was working on. In 2014, as the site was being set up, I was looking for extra work at that time because my freelance translation was going pretty slow and I needed an extra source of income. So I saw this advert for a publication that's just up my alley. Hey, I like this sort of fucking content, and I will try to apply. So I applied. I talked through all of my credentials. I wrote a nice a nice resume with a CV and all of that fancy stuff. And I sent it in, and I got an interview with a boss man. To filter out overtly sensitive people that would be writing for that publication, we had a very, very specific test to see if a person was sensitive. In the wrong kind of sense, that is. You know what that test is? That test was dubbed the hard N-word test. And what does this test entail? Well, it was calling the boss the hard N-word, audibly, several times, and seeing how the person saying it would react. If they said it freely without any problems, it could potentially mean that they're a good candidate to move forward because they aren't a sensitive fucktard. That's what it was. And mind you, the boss of that publication is a black man. So the black man essentially told you, call me the hard N-word, otherwise you're not getting through. And that's how we got the best writing staff in all of journalism. Funnily enough, though, as later in later years when we were getting more fucking writers, yes, this is real. I'm not making this shit up. I know it sounds funny and fake, but it's real. This shit is fucking real. So the other funny stuff about that, as we were getting on in the years and we were getting more writers on board, there were more people coming in, and you wouldn't believe how many people couldn't pass the hard N-word test. Like, so many people failed that fucking test, you wouldn't believe. At one point, we had a black dude come in, and he couldn't do it. He couldn't fucking say it. What kind of black dude are you? How can you not say the hard N-word to another black guy? Like, my fucking boss told him to give his black card back because he's not fucking worthy at that fucking point. And guess what? The black guy that failed that test turned out to be a shitster on Twitter later on. And nowadays he's a VTuber, a very unpopular VTuber. Funny how all of that shit is connected to one another, isn't it? I would even tell you that guy's name if I wanted to. But he's one of those people that failed the hard N-word test. So yeah, that's the history that with Anna Valens. Essentially, I responded with this, going back to this email. The Discord is a public Discord server, and any/all topics discussed there are at the discretion of the user base alone. We simply moderate content there on the basis of legality and Discord's rules. We have a slightly hands-off approach to moderation and do not interject opinion nor action intervention into conversation unless they infringe directly on our understanding of rules or cross the line into targeted harassment. Redacted does not have any official stances on any of the topics mentioned. Our fan base is very large and our site receives a significant amount of traffic daily. As such, users come from various demographics around the world with a diverse, equally varied amounts of stances and ideals. The only point which remains important to us is that they love hentai and this industry as much as we do. As our owner, Redacted, all inquiries about him specifically should be directed towards him rather than towards the company itself. And there it is. That's my and our official stance as the publication at that point. And I do not believe there could have been a better answer in terms of how do you guys moderate political talk? And the best answer is we simply don't. We let people have their free speech and only follow Discord's rules in order to keep our Discord running. And that was it. But Anna was, of course, butthurt about that. And they wanted to write a fucking hit piece on us because of this shit. It was all very loaded, and I do believe you understand what kind of pattern I've been establishing all this time. So yeah, that's my personal story with this degenerate. It was good funny days, but again, the publication has transitioned into something completely different. Again, something a lot more lucrative and something a lot more fun. Something that is a lot more involved within the scene. And is currently the biggest hentai game publisher on Steam. If you know what that is, maybe you can find it. We sell incredible fucking games. And it's not, you know, your run-of-the-mill sex with Hitler or sex with Stalin. No, we care about the quality of the games we publish, and we make sure that you guys get the best thing. If you're into that sort of thing, I have to preface, first of all, since I'm shilling the company I work at anyway. So yeah, that's what we do, and that is oh. I see someone already guessed. Good on you. I hope you like our games that we publish, and some of them we also help to create. We aren't that sort of publisher that just you know, gets titles in and just releases them without any sort of supervision. We actually help to develop certain games. We help the developers to get to their highest potential possible. You literally get the bang for your buck. We have many bestsellers. We have games that have made to Steam's bestseller lists on particular months. We have games that have been covered by incredibly popular YouTubers out there, including Markiplier and including someone like Vinny from Vinesauce. We had a great amount of success with what we're doing, as we have transitioned over from a publication to essentially a publisher. And it was probably the best idea that we had. But again, this stream is not about that. Now that you know, you know. And I hope if any of you decide to check out our games, you will enjoy them. We have a game actually coming out very soon. In 3 days. It's called Butt Night. It's a shmup with incredible fucking graphics. Like, this last bit of shilling that I will do, I will at least show you what the game looks like with some screenshots that are safe for work. Because the art in Butt Night is fucking amazing. And that's not only that though. Let me try to get a screenshot real quick that is not just pornographic in nature. I could just link you to the game in chat. I don't think I'm gonna do that. Yeah, I'm gonna do that instead. Hold up. You can have fun with that one. Yep, there it is. Have fun with that link. But let's get back into topic. So, again, as I showed you, Anna is incredibly butthurt. All of the shit that Anna does is for revenge, because Anna was wronged. Anna didn't get into the publication I worked at. Revenge. Anna didn't get into Valur. Revenge. Guess what? There's a third piece to it, and that is with Kirsche. Kirsche decided to have that stream about Anna that I showed you at the start of the stream. Revenge, of course. Let's take a look at what form that revenge took this time around. Because the revenge is, again, butthurt. Showing an extreme amount of butthurt. Always and forever. Where is it? Okay. Here's the article. The reason for it, I'll show to you guys very shortly. But first, the article, and we're gonna read through all of this. This dropped today. This is like fresh off the presses, literally. If this was printed press, that is. Yes, there is more to this butthurt regarding Kirsche as well. Because Kirsche decided to feature Anna on the stream, and that contributed to it. So, of course, revenge is on the table once again. So let's read through all of this article. Amazing article. Like, imagine these other VTubers that also got a cameo here. Here's Baxter. Here's Baxter, I believe, on the right. There's Kirsche. That's Kiba below. On the left, is that Moonshine on the left? I'm not sure. Is that his persona? I might be his persona. I think. Either way, like imagine getting a cameo as a VTuber in an article like this. Shit's funny as fuck. Why is this VTuber subs? Why is this gamer subs VTuber pushing the great replacement theory? Meet Kirsche Verstahl. One of her fans, a bona fide Nazi. What a fucking article! What a way to start an article. However, gamer subs is in hot water with many VTuber fans due to the behavior of one particular creator working with the company. Mythic talents Kirsche Verstahl, an anime fox girl with a knack for sharing outright talking points. Kirsche has landed herself in controversy after controversy online to her right-wing beliefs. At this point, it begs the question whether gamer subs will one day pull the plug on the VTuber for good. A VTuber who believes demographic replacement is happening to white people. You know, at this point I have to say, demographic replacement is happening all around the world, and there are governments that release official documents that outright say it. It's not a conspiracy theory if the whole fucking institutions behind it just outright say it. So no, it's not a theory, and no one's pushing it but the governments that actually do it. It's not some weird nut job right-wing conspiracy theory. This is a thing that actually happens. And has happened before in history too. It's not a conspiracy. Kirsche is relatively popular for a VTuber, sporting over 56k followers on Twitter and at least 44,400 on Twitch. She originally announced her partnership with Gamer Subs in September 2023, followed by a merchandise reveal in past March. From shirts to cups, Kirsche fans will soon be able to flag their love for right-wing fox girl in real life, all thanks to Gamer Subs. While some VTubers may wink or not to conservative beliefs, Kirsche has never been hidden her political leanings. In fact, she gained a reputation for speaking on behalf of right-wing side of the VTubing fanbase. In February, she said trans women advocating for trans rights are autogenophiliac males with graphic murder fantasies. She praised Mythic talent co-owner Asmongold for arguing if every trans kid is actually a victim of a parent with a mental illness. Again, Gamergate has to bring up Gamergate here. Gamergate subreddit r/Kotaku Induction has shared Kirsche's work to acclaim, calling her based fox, and their post on r/YouTube drama declared Kirsche the main culprit of outright pandering in VTubing. What a portfolio Kirsche has. I will let Kirsche defend herself on all of these points when she returns. I don't need to play defense in her corner here, because she can do that on her own. She's an adult woman that needs her vacation right now, and she can respond to this whenever she wishes. I'm here to just show you the butthurt and what led to this article actually being created. Because there's so much shit to it. In casual conversations on her GamerSubs merchandise drop, VTuber fans were quick to describe Kirsche as right-wing. One Redditor, which is of course, you know, always someone you should take seriously, a random Redditor, even went to great lengths to stress they were not attempting to take side on Kirsche's content, but simply objectively described her to those who have not seen her work. She's alt-right, anti-woke, and apparently transphobic to a degree. To a degree, it's just a little bit of transphobia mixed in there. Few comments mentioned her calling trans women being mentally ill men. One Redditor said, "None of this is my own info, just restating what other people said. Can't confirm or deny this stuff." So, again, proper journalism here. Let me set you the stage. So, some guy on Reddit said that Kirsche just might be a transphobic Nazi that calls people mentally ill, and she's alt-right, anti-woke. But the Redditor also said, I don't know if that's true or not. Maybe, maybe not. Like, this is some credible sources right there. Random Redditor who just doesn't know if it's true or not. It's amazing journalism. She may or may not be this shit. Alt-right seems like an accurate description of Kirsche and her politics. In one clip, Kirsche gives weight to the Great Replacement theory, a racist conspiracy theory suggesting people of color are ethnically cleansing white people through demographic changes and cultural diversity. In the clip, Kirsche argues that the mosque should not be built in northern England, declaring a hostile takeover is happening in the US via illegal immigration through the UK via the migrant crisis nonsense and refugees. Our politicians are assisting these people in both demographic replacement as well as just making citizens' life worse in general, changing the entire culture of these countries, Kirsche said, essentially implying both UK and the US are intended for white Europeans and Americans, respectively, still going to change these countries irreparably in the future. Don't tell Anna Valens what kind of character in Final Fantasy VII Kirsche likes, because that may blow Anna Valens's mind. Spoilers: it's Barrett, a huge black dude. And guess who has a cameo here? It's Niji's sister in chief. It's Unbinted, the most accurate source on Chad VTubers out there, being used as a source for shit on Kirsche. Amazing. This was not one-off comment. In April, she tweeted the White House's ICE tip line to aid the deportation of undocumented Americans. Why wouldn't you want? Why do you want illegals in your country? I don't know. Maybe it's just a US thing, but most countries generally shouldn't want them, especially if they're illegally. In February 2025, she said she was happy with the mass deportations under Trump, but warned the federal government was offering undocumented Americans massive amount of free shit given on taxpayer dime. She even called Lawrence, Massachusetts, a no-go zone full of illegal activity, and implied the city could only be recovered if all of its undocumented citizens were removed. If ICE sweeps there, it will become a ghost town and maybe can be rebuilt, she tweeted. Who board better? Body cam edition. Here's that ICE tip line tweeted by Kirsche. But it was Kirsche's tweets in mid-April that drew her GamerSubs partnership back into the public spotlight. On April 14th, Kirsche responded to an online rumor about Carmelo and Anthony, a black teen charged with killing a white 17-year-old named Austin Metcalf. A post incorrectly claimed that Anthony's family had purchased the house with online donations, a rumor which spread through right-wing social media circles before being debunked by Snopes, professional debunkers. Kirsche fed into the claim. Oh no. A VTuber, a person online, believed someone said something online, and that's supposed to reflect badly on them this time around somehow. That she believed something. How bad is that on her, I guess? I don't even know if that's true, because Anna lies through her teeth so much. Who the fuck knows if any of this is actually true, if Kirsche actually believed any of that. Getting a payday to buy a house by killing a white man just makes sense, Kirsche tweeted. Reparations, after all. Drift into the abyss. Oh no. The next day, Kirsche responded to a post claiming body cameras killed the BLM movement. In a quote retweet, she shared bodycam stills from police altercation with Deshaun Leaf and Sidney Wilson, 2 black Americans who were shot and killed by American police officers. With an image, a police officer points a stun gun at Leaf while he lunges forward. In another, Wilson holds a knife while the responding officer points a gun at her. The still is taken seconds before he discharges his weapon. And omitting the fact that these police officers were attacked, like one with the knife and the other one, I believe, just with fists, but they kept on attacking. And these people being taken down by police is a problem because... Or are we gonna be labeling Kirsche racist just because these 2 people happen to be black? Is that the angle here? I imagine that's the angle they're going for. Just because these 2 people were black, it means that Kirsche is racist. Who were the better? Kirsche tweeted, Bodycam edition. In both incidents, bodycam video depicts law enforcement acting in self-defense. However, the implication of Kirsche's response is that black Americans are lying about the commonality of police brutality in the United States. The Sentencing Project notes black Americans were 2.5 times as likely to be shot and killed by police officers as whites, per data from 2015 to 2021. At this race, police will kill an estimated 1 in 1,000 black men. The organization wrote police officers' greater inclination to stop and search people of color suggests that differences in people's behavior alone are likely to account for disparities in lethal police violence. Again, I don't know anything about these things, and Kirsche is better at defending herself about the things she said herself. Virsches, because spell checking your fucking article that you put on Vice in front of hundreds of people. It's not thousands, it's not tens of thousands anymore. That's Vice's fucking readership base at this point. Virsche Verstahl, I guess we're gonna be calling her from this point onward. Mid-April posts reached a breaking point for the VTubing community. Yeah, a breaking point with one asshole, one racist asshole, making a big sting out of it, causing many users on Twitter to criticize Gamerstar for partnering with the creator. One VTuber, Kaio, ended his Gamers Subs partnership 2 days after Kirsche's tweets. While Kaio did not name Kirsche directly, he pointed to his concern with certain creators affiliated with the brand, sharing openly bigoted views without facing any consequences. So like him himself. Because Kaio is very anti-white. He doesn't believe racism against white people exists. But it's nowhere near pointed out in that article, by the way. It's conveniently omitted. Who Kaio is. On an anecdote level, Kaio is a guy that was kicked out of his parents' house because he couldn't clean up after his cooking. So not only is he anti-white racist, he's an anti-white racist man-child. But I personally don't believe he was only kicked out because he didn't clean up after his cooking and he didn't eat his meal his parents gave to him. He's incredibly obnoxious and aggressive most of the time on Twitter. And considering how he treats other people on Twitter, I can imagine a lot of that trickles down on his parents too. So I personally believe just getting kicked out for not eating din din and not cleaning after yourself is a little bit of bullshit. I call bullshit on that one. I encourage fellow creators to think about whether or not their partnership with the company is worth continuing, Kaio wrote. I don't agree that it's a good idea. It's just let creators create content, try to do our best just to make the best products on the internet. It means allowing hateful people to be representing your brand. And here's that Kaio tweet. It remains unclear whether GamerSubs will issue a response to Kirsche's behavior. For the record, the VTuber had previously welcomed controversy promoting the brand risk GamerSubs products, while declaring, according to my marketing team, I am a brand risk. Good on Kirsche. A GamerSubs partner and her Nazi fan. Of course, Kirsche may walk herself into controversy that's impossible for GamerSubs to defend. This could be the case of the right-wing VTuber retweeted a Kirsche fan named Sencho Mimikyu. Sencho recently received an official Kirsche YouTube plush and posed with it. In one of the images shared by Kirsche, Sencho placed Kirsche's plush next to an enormous collection of Nazi and fascist books, including a 3-part hardcover book display from a white nationalist publisher, Antelope Hill Publishing. Sencho's Twitter page is filled with anime women promoting Nazi imagery and works. In one tweet, an anime girl with a swastika is shown along with the message, "Did someone say race war?" Again, this may be a person just fucking around, who knows, or it may be an actual Nazi, but how is this Kirsche's fault? I imagine, like, just take a look at this shit, like, here's Kirsche, here's the book, here's something Bent tried to spin into a Nazi symbol, the Iron Cross. But here's a Nazi symbol here on the right side next to Kirsche's YouTube plushie. So yeah, this guy may not be a Nazi, but how is this Kirsche's fault? Considering, like, this is the defense I will run on Kirsche here. For Kirsche here. I do believe she just saw some of her merch being tweeted out. She saw, hey, cool, I'm in this photo, and then she just retweeted it. I don't believe she just took a microscope to this shit to check for Nazi shit, just to make sure. I personally believe that would happen. But again, I don't know, I don't have Kirsche's mindset. But again, how is her fan being a potential Nazi Kirsche's fault? How is that her fault? Unless you're gonna just say that Kirsche herself it's a Nazi and all of her views combined is some sort of not even thinly veiled dog whistle. Is that the thing? But yeah, how is her fan her fault? Essentially, it's blaming by vague association. But again, Kirsche can defend herself when she returns on this shit. I personally think they just, again, they're pushing it way too hard, and again, Anna Valens is just butthurt that Kirsche had a stream about them. The Nazi imagery extends to books seen in the image retweeted by Kirsche. The hardcover book displays features two books with the Iron Cross and the one with the Nazi eagle, with the swastika. 3 books shown are also fascist works. Michael by Joseph Goebbels. In his own words, the essential speeches of Adolf Hitler and the Burning Souls by neo-Nazi Leon Degrelle, according to Sencho. Kirsche responded to the user, I like your sleeve, gloves, boots. Again, Kirsche can defend herself on her own when it comes to this. But to me, this looks like guilt by association. Perhaps it's irrelevant whether Kirsche knew about the political imagery behind Sencho's post. What matters most is how GamerSubs feels on the matter. This is not Kirsche's first controversy, and it likely won't be her last. Which begs the question, is there a line Kirsche and other content creators can cross before a partnership is threatened with the company? Vice has reached out to GamerSubs, Kirsche and Kaio for comment. No, you did, because you have a personal vendetta. Don't say Vice did, just say you did. Don't try to make it sound professional at this point. I reached out to Gamer Subs in order to get Kirsche in trouble. That's what you wanted to write here. So stop fucking lying. But yeah, that was the article. And now the butthurt about what led to this. What led to all of this shit. I call this section called The Reason. And I encourage you to remember all of this shit. Because we are getting into potentially illegal territory. And you understand why soon enough. So, upon seeing that Kirsche decided to make a stream about Anna Valence's article about VLR, Anna didn't like that very much and decided to tweet, or rather to Blue Sky, the following. Why did Kirsche include my dead name in her video and run through my Kiwi Farms thread? What's the point of this? Because you're a lol cow. You do funny shit. You do shit out of vendettas and petty fucking petty reasons. That's why people are looking for your Kiwi Farms thread. That's why. This is what I'm talking about. Elara and Rima start, and then transphobic VTubers connected to them start trying water for this nonsense. VTubing has a serious problem with trans misogyny. Links to a Reddit thread. Has anyone else noticed the alt-right getting into VTuber communities? And there's Redditors there. Remember that post that was in the article? That mention of a Redditor that said that Kirsche may or may not be alt-right. I don't know. That one. I imagine that's the thread there. That's linked in the Blue Sky post. And then Anna continues. I think we're in the tail end of this drama and happening. But I'm purposefully documenting all of this because I want people to see what happens to trans women in VTubing if they're vocal or deemed messy. They get misgendered and dead named and their Kiwi Farms thread read and published on YouTube. Really embarrassing moment for the Ian small corpo side of VTubing. Honestly, didn't realize how bad the rot had gotten until this week. Oh, you poor fucking victim. You tried to smear people and now people are digging shit up on you. Like, how did this happen to you? It's funny, right? Like, you fucked around and you found out. That's what happened. I think it's time to start paying close attention to the associates with these hateful VTubers, who sponsors them, who partners with them, who wants to collab with them, and then asking why. Do you know what they've done to trans people? It doesn't reflect well on you and your work/business. It's always crazy when an example, Gamer Subs has a deal with one of these VTubers. Like, damn, you're okay with that? So you can see what they're trying to do here. They're essentially trying to go after Kirsche's livelihood at this point because butthurt. Again. Not because Kirsche is this super hateful, trans misogynistic VTuber. It's because butthurt. Because Kirsche decided to go against them. So, again, pattern of behavior. First, going after VLR because they were rejected. Then, well, in the past, because this was many years ago. Not getting into the publication I worked at. So, smear piece was planned. Again, revenge. Triple revenge plan. That's what it is. And going after someone's livelihood like that, you best prepare yourself to be fucked with. Because you set the rules of engagement, and a lot of people do not take kindly to life ruination. They do not take kindly to threats of taking someone's money away. So, again, do not fuck around too hard, because you might just find out. And this is not a threat. This is more like advice at this point, but you're too dumb to take it anyway. So stop what you're doing, because you already set the rules of engagement and people are gonna follow them because you started this shit. No one started this. You did this to yourself at this point. Anyway, I'm done with talking about this stuff publicly with these drama tubers. We're moving on. I'm EP. Oh, poor baby. Go take a nappy. Either way, this is not where it ended. Not by a long shot. And then, seeing the opportunity a few days later, well, a week or so later, rather, the smear campaign against Kirsche and taking away her livelihood continued. I'm with Kai on this and won't be seeking out partnership, affiliate deal, and similar such things with GamerSubs until the company cuts ties with its bigoted creators. I encourage other queer and trans VTubers to do the same, especially those actively working with GamerSubs. Is this response to something specific or just in general? They got themselves a whole laundry list of unpleasant goobers who they've partnered with. Main instigator was Kirsche making racist jokes about black people. Again, painting it like that, not knowing Kirsche's intention, may land you in some trouble for defamation. I'm just saying, you're treading a very thin ground made out of ice here. Just be careful what you're doing. I encourage other VTubers to speak out on here. Blue Sky is a safe space to have these convos and raise the alarm. I rarely face harassment on here for it, and all the awfulness is from Twitter. Speak out and set the examples others will follow. Together we can end this far-right rot in VTubing. So in case you were looking for a specific comment that says that's a call to action, then there he is. Like it's not even hidden. It's not even vague. They're organizing, as someone said in the chat. It's gay ops. They're organizing on Blue Sky and thinking no one fucking sees that. Spoilers, everyone can see that. You don't even need to account to see this shit, by the way. And putting it in your echo chamber doesn't mean that other people don't see it. And the fact that you're not getting pushback on Blue Sky just shows what a fucking echo chamber that place has become. I'm getting a platform both in VTubing and games journalism, and I am going to continue to use it to push convos that need to happen. It is not okay to partner with racist VTubers, period. Another call to action and just outright saying how they're gonna use their fucking platform. This, but VTubing would go so hard. Nazi weeps, fuck off. Nazi first, fuck off. Like, cringeworthy, I'd have to say. She's literally going to blow up on their spot because someone outside of VTubing is going to be alarmed by all of the Nazi shit and start investigating / alerting the normies. I don't think she and the other right-wing VTubers realize their mask of nature is very appalling to your average person. Again, very clear statement of intention of what Anna is trying to do with Kirsche's career. She's trying to take Kirsche's career and money away. And who is that fucking person down there that they're responding to? That's Elementa, a retarded VTuber that gets into controversies constantly on Twitter. They're incredibly unpopular nowadays. They had a huge following on Twitter for whatever fucking reasons. I don't even remember what. But they got into trouble fighting against lolicons, calling them pedophiles. You know, the usual fucking stuff. And they got shot on, and then they started to run away constantly, and then come back and do the same shit over and over again. Blue Sky is full of these fuckers. They all congregate with one another. It's like a fucking cavalcade of retardation in there. Kinda, and here's Anna quote blue skying someone that says, "Kinda glad I happened across this today. I am actually pretty high level staff for a local anime convention. Would very much not want to associate with this kind of fucking person. So it's good to know she's applying for panels and look out for that on my own con. Thank you for sharing. And thank you for outing yourself that you're organizing gay ops with another gay op organizer, Seiros VTuber. That's really very very important, crucial information for other people to note later. And Anna says, my pleasure. I think it's worth alerting anime and gaming cons across North America that this girl and her type are trying to do fascist indoctrination at conventions. I think this is construed as clear defamation at this point. Again, the rot in VTubing is a problem and it needs to be dealt with ASAP before we get fascists recruiting at your local convention. I posted about it in a pretty huge group of anime convention runners department and higher level staff all across North America, so hopefully it reaches everyone it needs to do that way. The fun run ones at least all talk amongst ourselves. Corpos, however, are too hyper competitive to cooperate. Worst case scenario, I have some PR contacts at higher level places, can alert them. You people are so fucking brain dead. You're organizing gay ops in broad fucking daylight. All people see what you're fucking doing. And for any of you that are watching this stream, please, if at any point you're gonna promote this stream for whatever reason, put them on this section, like timestamp this shit, clip it, send it to other people, see what these people are doing, that they're organizing themselves in order to get a creator deplatformed and having them lose their whole fucking career. And they're doing this shit out in public. You can go there right now and see those fucking posts on Blue Sky. They haven't gone anywhere. Do not worry about that. They haven't gone anywhere. For those of you who don't know, Kirsche, the far-right Fox Girl VTuber, upset because a con rejected her panel, just posted a Nazi fan of hers onto her page. Someone with a swastika anime art on their account and Nazi shit in their room. Super buzzed off even for the fascist VTuber. Again, all of this shit beforehand was even before the article was written properly. And then continue. Proof! Link into GamerSubs page. Here she is pictured. And this is the most terminally online and the most fucking let's go back to the past tweet I have ever fucking seen. CC at Nathan Grayson, bluesky.social. This rabbit hole is so crazy, thought you might be interested. In case you don't know who Nathan Grayson is the original Five Guys Burgers and Fries from fucking Gamergate. This is the motherfucker that has slept with Zoe Queen for positive coverage shit. This is the guy. Imagine this shit. How it all fucking spun around to this moment. It's all connected, chat. The past and present are finally here. VTuber Gate 1.0 is upon us. Nathan Grayson is fucking back. It's time to start VTuber Gate 1.0. Let's fucking go, chat. Let's fucking go. Holy shit, what a fucking timeline this is. To this, I can only play this video.
Damn it! Same shit, different day!
Same shit, every fucking day. Nothing ever changes, and it always goes back to fucking Gamergate. I need a sip of a drink. I've been talking too much. Hold up. VTuber Gate. Holy fuck. I can't believe how all of this is just connected together at this point. It's so fucking funny. It's like life writes the best fucking entertainment. And then the article dropped and the rest is history. Any VTuber fan will tell you Kirsche Verstahl is right-wing, but things take a turn recently after she posted bodycam stills of 2 black Americans killed by police. And yesterday she retweeted Nazi imagery from a fan. Will this be the line in the sand for gamer subs? Reached out to Kirsche. Gamer subs and Kaio before this article is published. We'll update this thread if we receive comment. Well, as an official spokesperson for Kirsche Verstahl, Anna Valens, please blow it out your ass. I'm just kidding, I'm not a spokesperson for Kirsche, but Anna Valens should still blow it out her ass. I'm curious whether will you see Asmongold cover this. If he does, it risks Kirsche being brought out of VTubing space and this is getting legitimated by normies. If he doesn't, it means Kirsche is destined to fend for herself on this topic, which could turn south if you actually are consequences. Again, you can see clear intent in these fucking posts. It's bright as the fucking sun in fucking midday. It's so transparent. It's disgusting. Worth noting, other VTubers are starting to ask gamer subs what exactly is going on here. And guess what? These fucking retards actually made the Nazi VTubers fuck off. You know what? I should take this and make this my profile picture. Because I don't like Nazis. And I do believe what these people are doing is very Nazi-like, so Anna Valens, I don't like your Nazi ways, so I'm gonna adopt this symbol. I'm gonna put it on my Twitter profile. Nazi VTubers, fuck off. I like it. I don't like Nazis, I don't like Anna Valens, it all clicks together. I'm taking your shit. I'm seeing artists express sentiment, artists experiment with Nazi VTubers fuck off designs like these from Cassifel. Wow, it's like you guys have some sort of retarded movement. That's so neon blue sky. It's like you're really making a change here. Now I kind of want to go to Otaku, and Anna is just retweeting shit. We get to those retweets. And some of these people, need to be kept an eye on because they are organizing more of the fucking gay ops shit. Now I kind of want to go to Otakon this year so I can ask the people at Gamer Subs booth who were screaming at folks about titty milk during the media tour why their company is okay sponsoring the Nazi. And then Anna went on a fucking tour retweeting all of these brainlets. Let me get that up. Here's a cavalcade. Here's a collage of these retweets by Anna from Bonnie Kula, which I already introduced to you. Anna's doing solid work exposing a far-right creator that has become even more rabidly and explicitly fascist since Trump's re-election. More importantly, drawing focus on the big merch companies like GamerSubs that provide a major source of income for far-right streamers. Nazi VTubers, fuck off. Yeah, after reading this, I don't think I'm gonna support GamerSubs again. Read the article and form your own opinions, but for me personally, I just go with other brands. Will this be the line in the sand? No, because GamerSubs and everyone associated with it on a corporate level know how bad they are. Get loud. Get disruptive, don't stop at articles, make sure the world of VTubers and creators know how complacent, nay, supportive they are of the scumbag. Out of sick curiosity, I've checked the difference in reaction to this article between here and Twitter, and lo and behold, Twit has the Nazis out in force. They are being assholes and normies are turned off by that. Nobody cares, by the way. It's why they stay on Twitter, because only Nazis are gonna support them. Now I kind of want to go... I read this one already. Going to take this time to say Nazism and its ilk are social cancers, and they have no place in any community, let alone one as devoted to artistry, self-expression, acceptance as VTubing. These people do not deserve your support or time. They deserve to be excised like the parasites they are. Again, these retweets can be seen as endorsement and calls to action. If you haven't seen those direct call to actions at this point, anyway. This is what we get from not having kicked Pippa, the fucking Pippa mention. Pippa mention. This is what we get for not having kicked Pippa to the curb immediately. You let one Nazi into collab, and next thing you know, it's a Nazi collab. God damn it, Pippa. Why are you such a fucking Nazi that these people can get you out of their mind? Like, Pippa. Why are you in your Mein Kampf ways so prominent with these fucking people? Lappen Vegeta. What I'm fucking doing here is so stupid. One more reason to remain an independent VTuber. You join one of these stalls, you never know whose shit you're going to have to clean up. I do my best to keep my Discord and stream a safe space for people who are marginalized and threatened. Those who support this Nazi shit feel free to unfollow me. Again, these are Anna Valens reposts. They're re-blue skies, so to speak. I'm going to be sending an email. How about y'all? Strongly worded email? I've been using Gamersapps for over a year and now it's been my go-to, but until they cut ties with the blatantly racist Nazi streamer, I do not feel comfortable and will not be ordering from them again. Anyone any ties to Mythic talent is an instant red flag for me to whole group needs to go. Don't mind me, just spreading some awareness real quick. At Gamersapps bluesky.social, ask yourself if you're willing to tarnish your brand and reputation by either doing nothing or excusing these deeply disgusting, horrifying words of blatant neo-Nazi. This goes for anyone and everyone normally associated with the Ku Klux Kirsche. This is a term coined by Bint, by the way. He's very proud of that and has said it at least 100 times, I assume, at this point. Bint really loves their own creative forces. This was pretty clearly calculated move from Kirsche. She collabed with Pippa. Pippa mentioned again. Pippa mentioned again. And so the kind of audience that made the latter one of the biggest small company VTubers and just based her whole personality around attracting that crowd. But Gamersapps has a lot of left liberal VTubers. See, it's Pippa's fault. Pippa has corrupted Kirsche. Pippa has degenerated Kirsche's behavior to the point that Kirsche is now doing neo-Nazi shit, apparently. It's all Pippa's fault. Oh, man. But yeah, those are the retweets. Those are the retweets, and that's the story, and that's the motivation behind this article. Anna is butthurt fucking again. And everything's motivated by butthurt. Like, it's amazing. It's so easily to see, so transparent, so obvious. Let's see what else I got here for you guys. I have some like, if you want to know what Anna's fucking career looks like, I haven't got into the real shit yet. That why I dubbed Anna Valens a sex predator. Not an alleged one, a self-admitted one. But first, let's take a look at what kind of inspiring articles they wrote for Daily Dot when they were still working at it. We're not reading any of this, just take in the titles. You will understand everything from the titles. Twitter declares this mistakenly female link a trans icon. The Division 2's homophobic slur isn't justified, no matter what gamers think. Should gaming journalists be good at video games? There's more to reporting the news than being a gamer. Snapchat's gender swap filter is clever, but it glorifies disordered gender roles. Why is the app programming stereotypes? Why is @nofab verified on Twitter? Come? Retained. Big brain mode? Unlocked. Holy brain rot, Batman. What even is this shit? People pay other people to write this shit. Can you believe that? Why is @nofab verified on Twitter? Come? Detained. Big brain mode? Unlocked. Like, what the fuck does this even mean? Who is interested in this? My accent is changing. I'm so fucking embarrassed by this. Why is it again? Why is it nofab verified on Twitter? Come? What? Detained. What? I do not understand. And I'm not clicking this fucking article to understand. Like, what? What is this shit? Why do you think this is bad? Remember that one part where Anna says that Anna was chased out of gaming journalism and shit? And they want to know why? What's one of the reasons for it? Well, let me introduce what has been dubbed by me as the butt plug incident or the butt plug article. Lo and behold, the butt plug article. What playing Fall Guys with a sex toy means for sex, tech, and consent in games. Play in an erotic experience and having a blast. September 3rd, 2020. Opinion. The other night I threw on a pair of cat ears, grabbed a hand-me-down punk denim hoodie, and made history as the first sex worker to stream sex toy support for a bean-based battle royale multiplayer game. Fall Guys and Ultimate Knockout, considered part of performance art, part cam show, and part zany online novelty. The stream showed me using my V-Vibe Wish, the same toy I used for my Zoom porn shot. While playing through several rounds of Fall Guys in the stream, I redirected my DualShock control rumble effects straight into my V-Vibe. So every time I jumped, fell, or ran into an obstacle, I got a nice little jolt that vibrated against my skin. Half of the stream involved me giggling and screaming, and the other half involved me fixing all of the Wish's technical difficulties, of which there were many. But frustrations aside, I worked and streamed it and had a very fun time. You can watch a short clip of my first round on many vids, although it's obviously not safe for work. No fucking thank you. Let me read that super chat real quick. Super Aaron Bob, thank you for the 5. This writer wrote about playing with children while gooning. Yes, this is the point we are getting to. This is a sex pest. I would even call them a fucking sex predator. You'll get the point as I write this shit. All of this isn't supported by Fall Guys nor V-Vibe right out of the box. However, thanks to Kyle Q. Maculis, open source buttplug.io programming. Buttplug.io, that's a thing that exists. And I work with fucking hentai games. And buttplug.io fucking makes me surprised. Programming library and his interface game haptics router. I was able to redirect control rumble feature to my V-Vibe as I played. Fall Guys developer Mediatonic and publisher developed Digital Pro. We weren't expecting sex to be added to their bean-based multiplayer jump'em, but here we are. This is a game for kids, you dumbass. This is a game that kids play. Sex, tech, and games stories tend to elicit some interesting reactions. When Maculus hooked up the buttplug software to Animal Crossing New Horizons, it was received primarily with shock and disgust. Well, no shit! It's a game for kids! How are you surprised? Are you dumb? But sex tech in games isn't a new concept. 2 decades ago, an official PlayStation magazine article outlined the history of sex in games. One entry, and perhaps the most noteworthy for centering cis women's sexual experiences, including the Japan-exclusive Res Trans Vibrator. Years before Fall Guys was announced and nuanced sex in games discourse entered the mainstream games media world, no, it has not. It's definitely not mainstream. It's only written by fucking degens as yourself. USC Interactive Media and Games professor Miyuki Jane Pincard wrote in detail about using the trans vibrator with her partner after picking up the game from Akihabara, Tokyo. The stark gonzo writing Pincard brought to the table 20 years ago still shines in comparison to the tame, chaste nature of the contemporary games journalism world. But don't think this trans vibrator extension is so your girlfriend can get off while you're playing the game, or so a girl gamer can get off while she's playing the game. Pincard asked her partner, to which he responded, "It was a bit odd. My fingers were working the controls, but they were also kind of working you." That's kinky as hell. Remember, this is the person that said that they are not doing any of this shit because they are horny. Remember that one comment. This is not because they are horny. This is for professional work that they're doing. And also incredibly beautiful. When Wired contributor Julie Munsey returned to Res's trans vibrator in 2017. She cited Pincard's writing to talk about how games rarely consider female sexual pleasure, the point where most commentary on it's either pessimistic or reactionary. When Oculus introduced the sex toy features for Animal Crossing New Horizons, gamers mocked the idea perhaps because Animal Crossing is a game primarily played by female gamers and children. Whether we're cam girls, Twitch streamers, or heel sluts, women aren't supposed to experience sexual pleasure from the video game. It's a game for children, you fucker. Yes, as someone said, totally not a fucking fetish. Very believable, isn't it? This is despite the fact that women have long used rumble features for their own erotic, if not slightly awkward pleasure. Ever since they invented the whole rumble pack vibrating technology in controllers, masturbation has been on my mind and sometimes in my practice. Hello game girls, you know what I'm talking about. Pincard wrote in 2002, well, Pincard should probably keep themselves safe at this point, I can imagine. I did discover that the Halo was also a pretty good game for this, although for not much else. Because as the gunner in the Warthog, you have unlimited ammo. And you can just park yourself somewhere and rat-tat-tat to your heart's content. People are retarded, man. No other word for it. There are, to be clear, an enormous number of ethical issues you think around inserting sex toys into your multiplayer games during the stream. I didn't really think much about it while I wanted to keep colliding against other contestants or grabbing them alone being grabbed. Then it dawned on me that I was engaging other players in an interaction that they hadn't actually been fully informed about. That's in the game equivalent of hugging as many people as possible so you can feel your butt plug wigging inside of you, which is not a great thing to do in public. Motherfucker, you're committing some kind of weird e-rape. It's some weird internet rape that you're fucking admitting to. And some of the people that you fucking touch with your fucking bean avatar, it's probably fucking children. Dumb fucking shitter. So there's some ethical issues. You think? This sparked as a much larger question about whether Fall Guys is even an appropriate game to play with a sex toy at all. You think? And who asked this fucking question? Maybe yours fucking subconscious that's trying to get out and tell you what you're doing is fucked up? While I'm inclined to think passively playing the game with an Internet of Things sex toy isn't necessarily a problem, just as playing Overwatch with a dildo isn't, actively grabbing players and bumping into them is a huge no-go. Use tech responsibly. Well, you already did that shit. And announced to the whole world that you were playing a children's game with fucking with a vibe up your fucking ass and getting off to other players touching you and you touching them. There's no private lobbies or single player. It's all public, all randos all the time, and they can trigger haptics via holding or collisions. Aculis wrote, it's different than, say, wandering into a game with voice chat and putting your mic right next to your toy, and then that's reacting haptically to events from others. But it's still, in the general sense, not a super clear-cut great thing to be doing. I like how this is down fucking played. Oh, it's not a great thing. It's maybe an ethical issue. This is predatory, what you're doing. This is sex pesting on the fucking internet with a fucking novelty. You made being a degenerate sex pest into a fucking novelty. Congratulations. Fuck though. And guess what? This article had such a huge fucking backlash. Even other journalists talk about it, like Sofia Norwitz. Grab the popcorn. Valence wrote an article about playing Fall Guys with a butt plug, which reacted to the game, and she kept grabbing players to get off. Now she's being beaten by her own side due to issues with consent. But don't worry, she has an identity to help to get her out of it. Laughing, crying emoji. And here's her getting fucking cooked for it. Excuse me, hold the fuck up. We need to talk about this. Fully informed? No, they were uninformed. You sought out the involvement of other players in your explicit sexual gratification without their knowledge or consent. And you did this acting as a journalist? What? And then came the fucking groveling. Groveling and deflection, by the way. I'm begging you. I'm more than happy to acknowledge or discuss when I mess up and how I've handled it. But please do it in a way that doesn't involve putting fuel on the fire of 2 ongoing harassment campaigns. I don't need another weak-filled randos calling me an F-slur. What a message are you sending to other trans misogyny-affected people? I just played a game with kids with a butt plug up my ass as I grabbed them. Is that really such a huge mistake to make? Do I have to be a pariah and called the F-slur? Fuck you. And then more groveling. And I see all you trans misogyny exempt queers hopping on board to get a shot in. This is just like the shit with Ginny all over again. I fucked that up, but I was manipulated, lied to, strung along by her too, and I wasn't given a survivor status because I'm a fucking trans woman. I see you all liking tweets. Fucking glove night crew, I don't know what that means. Trans women can be allowed to fuck up or make mistakes or have regrets of all or for graciously because you're all waiting to take a shot. Pathetic little shit. I hope when Kirsche sues you, you'll have one of these crash outs, as the kids call them nowadays. You really deserve all that shit. You fucking sex predator. Retard. I'm not done yet, chat. I'm not done. Not done. Hold up. This is the butt plug incident. Do you want to know some miscellaneous things? I still haven't shown you one particular video that's very fucking eye-opening as they write their weird fucking rape fiction about people. But here are 2 miscellaneous fucking things that should really highlight what kind of idiot we're dealing with. Are these gonna show up even? Or is this too big? Well, why isn't it showing up? Hold up. Oh, there it is. Okay. If you don't want to fuck a trans person because trans bodies squeak you out, that's transphobic. No one is taking away your consent. We just challenge you to think what kind of bodies you do and don't desire, aka desirability politics. Attraction is political. Duh. Hey, bigot. You're not attracted to me? You're a bigot, I guess. You want to taste that? Or let me have a taste? I'm guessing you're a bigot. My existence is political. If you don't fuck me, you're a bigot. Go fuck yourself. Not a fetish, by the way. Here's a set of tweets that's also really fucking fantastic. From July 17th, 2020. Queer public sex is at heart of culture war because traditional BT radical queers versus reformists. Under the surface, anti-public sex views are steeped in racism, classism, gentrification, and police surveillance. Why public sex is integral to queerness? Or daily dot. This cover story clocks in over 3,000 words. Goes through a lot of issues at the heart of public sex and sexual expression and pride, including capitalism and home ownership, whiteness and queer gentrification, race, class and public sex, trauma from the AIDS crisis, public sex and consent, locations that aren't off limits for public sex, technology, heteronormativity, assimilation, public sex, quasi-public sex versus completely public sex, white urban queers calling for public safety via policing, cruising as foundational to queer expression, hypocrisy between straight and queer public sex covers. Is all sex public sex now? There are a lot going on in this piece, and I'm sure it will spark some post-Pride Month discourse. I highly encourage reading it in full. There's a lot of concerns I've been thinking about over the past year, such as consent to exposure. A lot of good POVs on that here. The TLDR is that even among those who practice public sex, there's no golden rule. Opinions vary from limit public exposure to don't be too obnoxious to nothing is off limits. Public sex isn't a binary. Its biggest advocates all have different codes of conduct. Why would you subject children to explicit acts of public sex? Says Andy, no. But yeah, too long didn't read on that one. This fucker wants to fuck in public and wants to have everyone watch. All of this shit regarding, you know, discourse, political, gender normative shit. All of this is irrelevant. They want to fuck in front of other people and have you watch. That's what it is. And to top it off, let me show you a piece of fiction from their own fucking mouth. And you decide if this is really all fiction in their head or is this something they do actually want. Because I've seen enough of this person to, you know, raise both of my eyebrows very high. Above my head even. They're raised so high, I've become a cartoon character, and I'm like fucking Bugs Bunny, and my fucking eyebrows are in orbit. My sides would be in orbit too, but I'm at this point I'm really too pissed at this sex predator. Let's have a listen, shall we? Let me lower the music. And let's give this a listen.
Future, there are
Hold up. Hey, at Kirsche Verstahl, how does it feel that the Vice let AC Valence wrote a hit piece about you having this disturbing rape fantasy audio in 2020 describing cis girl breeding facilities? Never listen to these people. At Gamersubs. Let's listen.
there are a number of institutions that emerge. If you are a trans girl or if you are trans feminine, you can go ahead and sign up for a reservation slot to an all-day access to one of many breeding facilities where you get to breed the shit out of that cis girl pussy. You can absolutely access to one of many breeding facilities where you get to breed the shit out of that cis girl pussy. You can absolutely devastate that shit, you know, fucking destroy it, murder it, it's done. Like, they have to cycle the girls out because that pussy is absolutely out of commission. And, you know, now we have breeding saunas, we have breeding bookstores, breeding movie theaters. Those are really nice. You have breeding adult schools. You have breeding esports arenas. Very fun. This is something we're building. This is the future. This is what TERFs don't want. They understand that we're trying to build these breeding facilities.
No, just rape women. Women don't want to have sex with you. Lesbians, just fucking rape them, I guess.
And it's
breeding facilities for cis girls that cis pussy, I guess. And I'm supposed to think that this is fiction, by the way. I do not believe that.
really important for you to fund your local trans girl top who is absolutely destroying that good pussy.
Someone mentioned Shindle there. Like, at least when Shindle makes his breeding facilities, I know it's fiction. Coming from this fucker, I do not believe that. Right
now. Like, you need to give her the funds because she is the future, you know. But the future that I want is I just want to live in a world where you can walk down the street and you don't even have to worry about whether you're going to be able to breed that good fucking macaroni in a pot puss.
Macaroni in a pot puss. This is a phrase of all time. And I don't even know how to comment on it. So fucking deranged, no?
That's not a tall ask. And I think that...
What does that even fucking mean?
That's the future for all of us. Is just destroying that pussy wherever you go, whenever you go.
This fucker is gonna write a manifesto at one point. I fucking assure you. Did you enjoy the stream, chat? How fun was this? Fuck me. What a note to end on. Jesus fucking Christ. You know, I cover some fucking deranged people out there. But this one is one of the biggest ones. Proudly say that. We read some chat now that all of this shit is over. But yes, to summarize, a degenerate that is a sex pest is trying to organize gay ops on Kirsche and her associates because they got butthurt. That's the TLDR of this stream. A person keeps getting increasingly butthurt because they're excluded in places they aren't supposed to be in, and then they act out. That's the TLDR on this one. This is all caused by butthurt and sexual fucking degeneracy. What a fucking person this is. And this one's gonna preach morals to you and call others a Nazi. Well, Kuri, you're just kink shaming the poor trans person. I'm friends with trans people, and I'm closer to thinking this is an autogenophiliac, not a trans person. It feels like they're using the trans identity as a shield. That's what it feels like to me. I've seen many people like that, and I know trans people. Trans people do not act like that. Normal trans people do not act like this. Let me read that real quick. I can actually read that because my chat stopped. But Arclight, thank you for the 10 Australian. Support the fox, everyone. Well, you're not supporting the fox by supporting me, but thanks. I appreciate this. Kirsche is on vacation currently. The best you can do for Kirsche right now is to spread around the parts of the stream, especially go timestamp the parts of the stream that show Anna organizing shit against Kirsche, and just outright saying that they want Kirsche to be deplatformed and lose her income. That's the best thing you can do for Kirsche, and archive that stuff. Save it. Just taking screenshots for legal proceedings, if they even come to be, who knows, is not enough. Maybe not enough. You need solid proof that this shit happened and this is not someone organizing counter-gay ops by faking screenshots. None of the shit we were shown today has been faked in any way whatsoever. All of these things are accessible right now, unless Anna decides to delete them. But the things that Anna does that show that call to action, those have been already archived. There's no going back from those. It's already all archived. And I also found another thing. Guess what other shitster decided to put their few cents in onto this in discussion. Another person just appeared. Well, not just, but very recently appeared on Blue Sky, connected to this thread about Kirsche. Let me get that up real quick, so you guys can see it too. It's all shitsters. It's all the usual suspects, you would even call them. Hold up. Where's okay, there it is. Let me get this up. Why isn't it showing? Is it too big? I think it's too big. I have to cut it down. Cut it down to size, unfortunately. So just give me a moment. Because OBS is shitting itself trying to show it. So I need to cut it up into several smaller parts. I think it's gonna be good this way. Let me get them up. There it is. Okay, I think this should be good. Wait, they're still not showing up? What is this? Why is it not showing up? I guess OBS decided to shit itself in the end, and it's just not showing shit anymore. OBS went on strike. I showed too much deranged shit, and OBS just died because it's not showing screenshots anymore. The feature died due to degeneracy. I do wonder where it went though. I'm trying to get it bug up somehow. God damn it, it's such a thing too. Let me try again. I'm just gonna directly copy and paste it into OBS. Maybe that will work. Let's this is not this thing. It's a different thing. Technical issues just at the end of the stream. At least it's now, not later. Thank God for that. I think I got it now. Okay, there it is. Who is it? Guess who it is? It's Marina's biggest capo. Marina's biggest defender. It's Sylvie Spark. Made a cameo on... quote blue skying Anna Valens. It's genuinely refreshing to see Kirsche finally start getting called out for their white supremacist rhetoric. Just as you get called out for harassing women. So, it's finally come to pass. For a while, they've been shielded seemingly by their community who jumps at any possible criticism towards her, and the nature of VTubers wanting to avoid political topics as a whole. I think why it's perfectly valid to want to avoid politics as a creator. You're allowed to use your platform however you wish, but I think it's to the degree ignoring toxic people who profit from white supremacist views and rally up hostile community is bad for everyone. It may sting for a while, but the only way you prevent more people like Kirsche from springing up if you hold these types of folks accountable. That's for the betterment of the VTube community as a whole. I also think Gamer Subs just doesn't know about Kirsche's behavior or content, if I may be real. A lot of these powder drink companies sign off a bunch of people. Hell, there's likely 100 under the Gamer Subs banner alone. So hopefully these spotlights being on it, they act accordingly. Again, it's really no fucking surprise he's there. I did a stream on this guy. You can check it out. It's a whole fucking crossover. I feel like I'm fucking commenting on the fucking Marvel Cinematic Universe because there's recurring fucking characters every single fucking time. One ridiculous drama, and these people just keep on coming back time and time again. It's so fucking silly. It's really like this.
Same shit, different day.
It's fucking endless.
Damn it!
Damn it, indeed. But yeah, you guys know what you can do with this stream. You know what you can do to support Kirsche. I don't have to say anything else other than spread the news about this stream, spread the news about specific segments in this stream that are relevant that I mentioned. And let's see where this goes, because people behaving like this, as Sylvie himself said, they need to be held accountable, especially if they organize gay ops in order to ruin someone's fucking life. They want to play by these rules, they're gonna be there's gonna be a spotlight put on them. And whether they like it or not is not my concern anymore. Because I am just your humble storyteller, and I tell you the way it is. Want to challenge what I say? You can freely do so. If you think anything here is wrong, do challenge it. But you have to have a proper amount of evidence to do that. And I operate on that said evidence. It's gonna be hard to have any counters, if there are any actually. But either way, thanks for coming out. This has been a productive stream. I've put it together in just a matter of hours, so I'm surprised it went as well as it did. But thanks for being a part of this spotlight on a real fucking degenerate piece of shit. Certainly one of the biggest butthurt individuals they have seen. I know I use this word frequently, but it's just that. It's just they're just personally upset. Anna Valens's whole life story can be summarized with I took it personally, and then you just go from there. I will play you guys off with something nice to end this shit show. And I will see you on the next one, whatever that is. And considering the shit show that just happened might be sooner than you think. Do check out my other video that I just released today about convention, about off-kai executives, about off-kai organizers running gay ops on Pippa and Face Connect. That's also a thing that happened. I could have talked about that too, but I left that for a video. So do check that one out if you're interested. And I'll just See you guys later. You have a good evening. You have a good afternoon. Good night. Even a good morning. Wherever you find yourself in the world, stay hydrated. And don't use Twitter. Unless you use it for porn, because it's great for porn. And you guys take care. Bye-bye. Stick around for some extra music.